Are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for months. We welcome 50 speakers from 25 nations and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcomed you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to GMC 2023 and in partnership with our Potential Life, Crendely, Access Bank, Science, we are going to ask you to sit tight because you are about to have the time of your life on Open YouTube and Facebook. iTrain Africa welcomes you officially to GMC 2023. Africa, are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for months. We welcome 50 speakers from 25 nations and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcomed you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to GMC 2023 and in partnership with our Potential Life, Crendely, Access Bank, Science, we are going to ask you to sit tight because you are about to have the time of your life on Open YouTube and Facebook. iTrain Africa welcomes you officially to GMC 2023. Africa, are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcomed you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to GMC 2023 and in partnership with our Potential Life, Crendely, Access Bank, Science, we are going to ask you to sit tight because you are about to have the time of your life on Open YouTube and Facebook. iTrain Africa welcome officially to GMC 2023. Africa, are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for months. We welcome 50 speakers from 25 nations and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcomed you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to GMC 2023 and in partnership with our Potential Life, Crendely, Access Bank, Science, we are going to ask you to sit tight because you are about to have the time of your life on Open YouTube and Facebook. iTrain Africa welcomes you officially to GMC 2023. Africa, are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for months. We welcome 50 speakers from 25 nations and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcomed you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to Africa. Are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for months. We welcome 50 speakers from 25 nations and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcome you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to GMC 2023 and in partnership with our Potential Life, Crendely, Access Bank, Science, we are going to ask you to sit tight because you are about to have the time of your life on Open YouTube and Facebook. iTrain Africa welcomes you officially to GMC 2023. Africa, are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here from iTrain Africa and the entire team who has been working for months. We welcome 50 speakers from 25 nations and 25,000 participants from 53 countries to the GMC 2023. Of course, we welcomed you in 2021 and we gave you the best time of your life. Today again, we are welcoming you to GMC 2023 and in partnership with our Potential Life, Crendely, Access Bank, Science, we are going to ask you to sit tight because you are about to have the time of your life on Open YouTube and Facebook. iTrain Africa welcomes you officially to GMC 2023.
Good morning, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone watching online on Open, Facebook, and of course YouTube. Good morning. I can see the comments rolling in. Please say good morning. Someone is watching from Tanzania right now. Someone is watching from Nigeria. Good morning, everyone. Prince Kaliza watching from Malawi. Margaret Tommy watching from Lagos, Nigeria. Agnes Ebage watching from Cameroon. Good morning, everyone. Please drop your comments in the comment section. I am super duper excited to see you here today. It is such a beautiful Saturday morning here in Lagos, Nigeria for the Global Mentorship Conference 2023. You can put on the clapping emoji in the comment section. Thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Tolu Thompson, and I will be your master of ceremony for today. Good morning, Christiana from Ghana. I can see the comment section rolling in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a resounding applause for yourselves once again. Thank you very much. So if you're watching on Facebook, good morning. If you're watching on YouTube, good morning. And of course, if you are on our streaming platform, Open, good morning to you. Once again, this is the Global Mentorship Conference 2023, and of course, it is the Leading Women's Edition this year. This year, the goal is to empower women to be strong, to be beautiful, to be bold, and of course, to take the global stage. In the words of Michelle Obama, she says that any country that puts aside its women is not contributing to the growth of that country. And that is so beautiful to hear because women are so powerful. Women have so much worth. Women have so much to offer to the community and, of course, to the world at large. Like the popular saying goes, when you train a woman or when you educate a woman, you automatically educate a whole nation. Welcome once again to the Global Mentorship Conference. And I can tell you for a fact that this conference is one that you will not forget in a hurry because you're going to be learning, unlearning, and of course, relearning so much to be able to take the center stage in the globe. It is now time for me to welcome the convener of this event. I know that, this event is brought to you by iTrain Africa. And of course, the mind behind this conference is a woman that I really and deeply appreciate. She's put in so much work over the years, so much effort to see such an amazing conference come to fruition. But before I go into that, I just remembered something very important that I must not forget today. We have some very beautiful and amazing partners who have come together with our convener to make this event a success. Thank you very much. I can see your comments rolling in. I know you cannot wait to see our convener. I can't wait as well for you to see her. She's really pumped and ready for you this morning. This is someone watching from South Sudan, Clement one day. Thank you very much. A big shout out to our partners, Potential Life Foundation in Europe. Please, a resounding applause for them. You can drop your resounding applause in the comment section. I can't wait to see that. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Another big shout out to Home Science Association group of schools. I mean, Without them, this conference will not be holding here today because, these are amazing partners that are putting so much work and so much effort into seeing that this event is a success today. A major shout out to our sponsors, Friendly, W Community by Access Bank, She Behind the Wheels, collaborators are women in the Port Harcourt community, and of course, women in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Resounding applause to all our partners. Thank you, and of course, all our sponsors. It is now time for me to bring up our convener, like I said earlier. This is a woman of substance, a woman that has put in so much effort, a woman that is passionate about women and passionate about people succeeding in their various fields. And I am super honored and super humbled to be the one bringing her up on stage today. I'd like to read a very short bio of our convener, and you can tell from the bio that I'm about to read now that this woman is an outstanding woman, a courageous woman, and of course a woman of worth, substance, and value. She is a multi-potentialite, excelling as an educator, coach, academic, entrepreneur, and SDGs and global opportunities expert. With a strong dedication to youth and women empowerment through skill acquisition, she champions the realization of the SDGs, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. Having served as an Unleashed ambassador in both 2021 and 2022, as well as the UPG Sustainable Leader of 2021, a remarkable journey includes securing over 35 global opportunities such as grants, awards, business labs, innovation labs, and fellowships that have taken her across 5 continents. I think this is a good place to clap. Yes, thank you very much. I think it's a good place to clap. Because you can see that our convener today is one woman that knows her onion. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding applause, let us make welcome the convener of the Global Mentorship Conference, Leading Women's Edition 2023, Dr. Mrs. Aderisola Adio Adepoju. Please put in your clap in the comment section. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan. Thank you very much. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Today is the day we've all been waiting for, and I'm excited to have you here today, joining you from over 50 nations. Who is happy to be here? If you're happy, I want to see by the show of hands, say Africa! Thank you so much. I have amazing volunteers here with me, and I needed to mention them because without them, 70 plus volunteers, there won't be this event. I'm just one person. I'm a vision carrier, but then they are burden carriers. They've carried the burden of this vision and enabled me to fly. Thank you so much to our amazing volunteers. Some of them are on site in Lagos, Nigeria today, and they are watching me right now. I wish you could see what is currently happening behind my camera. They are all here, and you are going to see the best of it online. The volunteers are going to show you the behind the scenes. There are people in charge of that. Now, after that, Tolu has already acknowledged our partners. The next thing I'm going to do right here today is to tell you why this conference, why the Global Mentorship Conference. In 2021, we had our very first edition, which was called, basically focused on the youth, right? And for that particular event, we had 14,000 plus registered, right? And it was streaming on Facebook and on Update. This time around, we have 25,000 registered participants from 40 plus African countries. Please a round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much for registering. Now, this particular one is focused on women. Why? After our 2021 conference, we discovered that over 70% of those that registered and attended were women. And there was just one common thing when we started to mentor them across 13 weeks in 2021. These women kept saying, oh, we can start a career, but getting to the top of this career is really difficult. So what do we need to do to get to the top of this career? So we said, okay, the next thing we need to address is the underrepresentation of women in leadership positions. The truth is, we cannot complain about policies not favoring us if we are not sitting at the table. So if, for was time to do this conference, good enough, our partner, Potential Life Foundation from Europe, said to us, you know what? We will be like to join you in doing this year. And they came on board since the last week of April. Yes, Potential Life, we signed an MOU by May. And the moment we did that, this event we knew was going to happen. So the main focus of this event, even if we men or women are welcome to this event, the main focus of this is to address the problem of underrepresentation of women in Africa, at least in leadership positions. Now, how is this event going to run? We have panel sessions, and of course, you've seen our keynote speaker, right? I'm going to introduce her right after my speech, right? We have keynote speakers, we have panelists from all over the world, important people. The most amazing thing about this event is the fact that these amazing people, these busy people, have decided to come on board with me at no cost. Like, everybody is there, and not one of them asked me to pay them a penny. They are very busy people. And for that, I say thank you to them. You need, however, to learn from them. There is no point being at this event if you are going to be here and you are not going to take anything back. You need to learn from them. So please consider this a blessing that people who charge over $1,000 per hour are going to be here for 8 hours at this conference, blessing you with your knowledge. Now, on your part, what do you need to do? You need to ensure that you take the learning, right? And in that, there is something I always say: there is no use learning if you're not going to implement, because it's only a library that just stores information. Having said that, the next thing we also need to understand is there's going to be networking at this event. Why did I mention that? My network, you can see 40 plus speakers at this event right now, right? The only reason I'm able to pull 40 plus important people is because of my network. That is the only reason I'm able to do that. So I want you to start building your own network from this event. Now, if you're on Upping during the networking session, right after your breakout session, we are going to play you a video where you are going to learn how to network. If you are on Facebook and YouTube, Victoria Adishe will let you know how you are going to network right after the Victoria Adishe is moderator in charge of the breakout discussions. Now, do not feel left out, even if you are watching on Facebook or YouTube. Do not feel left out. You are also going to network. Now, during the breakout session, if you are on Upping, you are going to have the opportunity to choose the speaker of choice. Go into any breakout room, listen to them, learn from them, and please your takeaways implemented. Now, I'm going to go right into my presentation before the keynote address. And my presentation is around the SDGs. Somebody say SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Some of you are right here and you're saying, oh, I don't want to hear that. What will the SDGs do for me? What will the SDGs do for me, right? The SDGs, you will soon know why it's very important to you. And I'm going to share my screen any moment from now. And what I'm going to say to you, please, like Tolu said, I'm a coach, right? These are the things that people pay me for. They pay me thousands of dollars to hear why the SDGs is important to them getting to the global stage. I can see Mohamed Soko Kamara from Liberia is a very strong ambassador of iTrain Africa. Thank you. I can see, please, if you have your name saved as Facebook user on Facebook, save your name properly. One information I want you to know is after this conference, 2,000 of the most engaged people at this conference, of the most engaged women, will be given a 13-week leadership program. And they are going to be certified by Potential Life, our European partners. They are going to be certified after 13 weeks, right? So imagine what that is going to do to their career. 13 weeks of a leadership program. So please take note. If you don't engage at this conference, you are not going to get in. What do you need to do? We are going to send you a form. We are going to send you a form where we will ask you to upload 6 screenshots from this event where you are attending, which is why it is important. If your name is currently Facebook user, change your name to your name right now. Take a screenshot of you commenting in this event, during the keynote address, during the opening ceremony, during networking sessions, take 6 different screenshots of when you're in the breakout room 1, breakout room 2, keynote 1, keynote 2, and the networking session and the panel session. 6 different screenshots. You need to take it. The form you will receive on Monday will ask you to upload the screenshots for you to qualify, and of course the other criteria which I've sent to you via email. Now let me go into my presentation, the SDGs. Now, the SDGs, like you know, are the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'm going to add my screen to stage.
Are you ready? The Global Mentorship Conference 2023 is here.
So there was a bit of a glitch there in them trying to hide my slides to the screen. So don't worry, we are going to do this. So like I said, understanding sustainable development goals and how it affects your career. How does this thing affect your career? These sustainable development goals were considered in 2015 by the 193 members of the United Nations. And what was the goal? We agreed that we had a global problem. Like when I say global problems, from climate change to hunger, to poverty, especially in Africa, to education, the quality of education which is dropping by the day, even access to education. All these are things that are affecting us, right? Now, the global, the one I can remember, State of the United Nations agreed that we need to create a roadmap. What is a roadmap? That is how we are going to solve these global problems. And just in case you are wondering, why is she telling me all this story? In the next 3 minutes, you will know why this story is important to you. After we agreed that it was important for us to solve global problems, what we now did was we created goals, which are the sustainable development goals, which are roadmap. These goals now have targets. We have 69 approved targets. And what are these targets? It means that these are the things we need to do to meet it. Now, what next? You want to say what next? So how does this relate to me? Guess what? There is a lot we need to do. And the United Nations is not going to do this all by themselves. So what they've said to the 193 member states, and of course every well-meaning organization is let's align with this. And these organizations, these nations have said, okay, for us to align with this, we need to identify individuals or bodies that want to solve this problem. So if we identify them, we give them the funds or we give them the resources to solve this problem. And this is where it gets interesting, which is why you must know them. Because it's more like the opportunities are sitting somewhere. Organizations, the UN, everybody that agrees to that thing have said, oh, we agree and we have provided funds. Whereas you do not know that, and that is why I'm bringing this to you today. So it means opportunities are bound everywhere. Millions, over 5 million opportunities are released around different things, schools, scholarships every day. And one thing you must take note about these opportunities are, for every time you need to apply for school, a scholarship, apply for an international job, apply for this, apply for that, they would require you to fill in a column and they will say, okay, what SDG are you addressing? Or what problem? They might not even ask you SDG because they know you don't know. They will say, oh, what is the global problem you are trying to solve? And you'll be telling them, as Africans, I see this a lot. And how do I see this a lot? I've been opportunity to travel around 5 continents. I've been opportunity to be an accessor of global opportunities, such as the Unleash Global Opportunity application. 8,000 people submit. I review applications from several countries. And you will see Africans playing the pity party and be saying, oh, ma'am, help me. I asked you what problem are you trying to solve? You are saying help me. Guess what? What this means to the assessor is you are not ready to solve global problems. You are only concerned about yourself. And the moment they know you are just concerned about yourself, they are not going to give you that opportunity. So you would see, I have noticed, I just told you I've been to 5 continents on someone else's money practically by winning global opportunities. So what happens is, these opportunities are looking for people who are ready to solve the global problems, but you don't want to participate in it. So they will say, okay, go and solve your hunger. Why we give people who are ready to participate in this thing? Just imagine, out of me and you, we have said, I Train Africa, we are focused on SDG 4, which is education, SDG 5, gender equality, women, which is why this conference is happening, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Imagine Dr. Aderin Sola now, me and you, we apply for something, and they say, what global problem are you solving? Do you know how full my sheet will be? Oh, we are solving SDG 4, 5, 6, 8, like all that. My sheet will be full. And you write, oh, ma'am, I'm hungry, I'm from Kenya, I'm from Liberia, I'm from Nigeria. Who are they going to pick? It's an obvious choice. It's going to be me. Because I understand that global problems exist. I understand that the sustainable development goals are roadmaps that were created to solve them. And I understand how to pitch it at those applications. Which is why, if you are at this conference right now, one thing I want you to do is agree that you are going to find out after this conference the work I already do as a career woman, the work I already do as an entrepreneur, the work I already do as a freelancer, a tech person. This work, what problem does it solve for the world? When you know, oh, I'm doing plastics. This plastic is blocking drainage. And when the drainage blocks, this is what happens. I'm solving climate change. That is SDG 13. You go and see it, climate change. That is how you know the SDG that aligns with your life. Many Africans, I see them year in, year out, are solving problems. They are doing amazing work, but they don't win global opportunities. And I will go to those global opportunities. I would see people that will ask, what problem are you solving? They tell me something very little. This is not to undermine people's work. I'm just saying what they are doing is just 1/10 of what you are doing. But you are not there, and they are there because they have figured out which SDG they need to write about, which SDG they need to align with. So at the end of the day, you are doing much, you are getting little, they are doing little, they are getting much. And unfortunately, no one is going to come into your head or in your home to know that you are doing amazing stuff. Please, 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 Africans, youth, women, and men at the Global Mentorship Conference 2023. Please, I'm going to be rounding up my speech in 1 minute and welcome our keynote speaker, right? I need you to know for sure that SDG, knowing them, acknowledging them, working with them, working on them is the way to the global stage. And at this conference today, we are addressing 4 major pillars. Why? You cannot say, oh, I'm in academia. They don't give people that are in academia. It's a lie. I want to unleash Global Innovation Lab in 2018 based on my academic project. I pitched it and they picked me. Oh, they don't give people that are entrepreneurs. Says who? I've been a member of the Ayaba Franco-German Innovation Lab. I was one of the people that was selected for the very first Women Entrepreneur Pitch Award by IFC and Access Bank. I've been on the business. Of course, I'm a business person, so I can apply with my business. They pick you irrespective of your career path. They say, oh, they don't pick people who, and the third career path, which is the entrepreneurship, the academia. They don't pick professionals who are 9 to 5. Hello, I once worked at the United for the Museum for the United Nations. They pick you based on your career path. It doesn't matter what you are doing, right? You just need to first understand, how does this work for me? What SDG do I have? What do I need to do? That is what you need to understand. The moment you understand that, then stage. Now, I can see people already saying, oh, questions, as in, wow, watching from Kenya. I can see all your comments. Really, right. I Okay, great. We are back online right now, and we've been having a bit of technical challenges, but not to worry, we are still going to have this sorted. So our keynote speaker for today is here. I was talking to you right about before the technical glitch about how we need to ensure that we are we are aligning ourselves with the global goals. Now, Mrs. Tony F. Sonny is here. I'm going to be adding her to screen right now. And I'll make an introduction of Mrs. Tony F. Sonny. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for agreeing to grace this occasion with your presence. I know how busy you are, and thank you so much, ma'am, for being here today. I'm going to do a quick introduction of Mrs. Toyi F. Sonny because we need to know who she is before she actually speaks to us on our topic. Now, Mrs. Toyi F. Sonny is the vice chair at the leading Pan-African investment group, Emerging Africa Capital, and an ESG-led group focused on investing in sectors with catalytic impact on growth and development, cutting across investment banking, trust and asset management, financial technology, and capacity multiple boards, including Limited, non-executive director, Transnational Corporation PLC, and a member of the Nigeria National Advisory Board on Impact Investment. Now, Mrs. Toyin F. Sonny is also the chair of NABI Committee on the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund. Now, aside that, Mrs. Toyin F. Sonny has attended the Harvard Business School Owner President Management Program, the Lagos Business School CEO Program, and other executive programs. Mrs. Tony F. Sonny has also won numerous awards, including the All African Businesswoman of the Year award. She has also won the Forbes Nigerian CEO of the Year 2018, and a host of others. Now, this leader is a true African leader who is a woman, and we are excited to have her here today. And she's going to be speaking to us on how we can tour different career paths as a woman in the four major pillars of this conference. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. It's a real honor to be here. I congratulate you on this amazing initiative, and I encourage every participant to also congratulate yourself on the investments that you are making in your own personal development and in your journey, as it were, to the top of your career and to the global stage. It's a real joy to be the keynote speaker, and I'm going to see if I can share my slides. Otherwise, I will just speak to them. Let me just confirm, am I able to share my slides, or should I just go ahead and speak to them? I know we've spoken about technical glitches, and I'm sorry about that.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Am I able to share my slides, or should I just go ahead and speak to them? Can you hear me?
What is happening? I can't see her, please. I need to be side stage. I need to be seen that every other person can see her.
I can see you.
Can you make her like full screen?
The only person on stage, remove her.
I'm putting something on the chat. Can everyone see and hear me? That will help to know whether to go on.
You can share your slides.
Okay,
You just need to click on present at the
correct,
lower part of the screen. Yes, ma'am.
correct. Mhm, mm.
There's an icon with present, and
Yeah,
then
I'm working on that. I'm uploading the slides right now. Um, so far, so good. It looks like I've done it. It's uploading. Let me know once you can see the slides. Says processing. Yeah, it's there. Can you see it?
ma'am. Not yet. Okay, right. Yeah, we can see it now. We can see it now.
Fantastic. All
Fantastic.
right. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Once again, I'm excited to deliver this keynote. The topic I am most passionate about, probably after my faith in God, is women. And so it's an honor to talk to women and especially to African women. And I tell you that I believe that African women are the best anywhere in the world. We have been through the crucible. We have learned to walk and chew gum. We succeed in spite of a host of challenges that we face and limitations, and we're simply the best. So, how can an African woman map her road? What's the African woman's roadmap to navigating the career ladder to arrive at the global stage? And I'm going to go through the African woman's mindset to career, realities that we face every day as African women, career pathways to explore, and personally, how I navigated my career path to where I am today. And let me tell you, I don't think the journey is over for me by the grace of God. There's still a long way to go, but I'm excited about where I am today. And that's the mindset I want each and every one of us to have as well. So, an African woman's mindset to your career. Now, your mindset has to be one that recognizes that there is a multifaceted journey that involves a profound way of looking at life. You need to recognize that you will be navigating cultural and societal influences. You will need to harness the power of self-belief, and you must conquer imposter syndrome, which many of us are subject to. Trying to enlarge this a little bit to increase. So the first challenge that we have to breast as African women are cultural and societal challenges. Now, the cultures and norms in Africa do not always support our growth aspirations, and that's a reality. Um, they are often deeply ingrained beliefs and values that impact our career choices as to what a woman should be doing, for example, and where a woman belongs. We've had an African president say that a woman belongs in the kitchen and the other room. Now, these are beliefs and mindsets that can hinder our, aspirations if we allow them to settle in our souls. Now, we are encouraged, therefore, to prioritize family and marriage over personal aspirations. And just to say that I do believe in the importance, the sanctity of marriage. I have been married this year. My marriage clocked 33 years. I also am a mother and now a grandmother. So definitely marriage and family are important. But should we sacrifice our personal goals, our career and business aspirations on the altar of building a home? My answer is no, definitely no. It is important for African women to recognize that embracing our cultural heritage does not mean that we should conform to outdated gender roles. We can instead draw strength and inspiration from our culture whilst pursuing careers that fulfill our potential. I like to tell people I don't believe that there is a feminine brain, so to speak. I believe that God gave brains to everyone. Our capabilities are in all ways as strong as those of the other gender, and sometimes, actually, I would say even stronger. And the unique perspective that we have as women actually help us to see some things that men who predominantly lead, both politically and economically, don't see. Now, how do we overcome imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome is a common challenge faced by women worldwide, but it's also faced by men, but sometimes more by women. It can be particularly intense for an African woman due to the intersection of gender and race related biases. Because we confront these biases every day, both race bias, racial and gender bias, it tends to be very prevalent amongst us. To overcome imposter syndrome, African women must acknowledge your achievements, your own achievements, and recognize your unique strengths. You must seek out mentors and role models and peers who will provide support and guidance that are essential. You must look for mirrors, women who look like you, sound like you, have similar backgrounds with you, but have accomplished the things that you desire to accomplish, because that encourages you to believe that you can. If they can, so can you. The power of self-belief. Self-belief is a potent force for African women pursuing careers. Your journey is often marred by obstacles, but self-belief enables you to persevere in the face of adversity. Believing in your abilities, resilience, and potential is crucial. I have been in waiting, so to speak, for a position in the course of my career that I was suited for and I was positioned for, but I had to wait until after 3 men had been tried, and somehow or the other, there was still a gap before I was considered. Now, that was ample opportunity for me to stop believing in myself, for me to stop going for the level, for that position. But thank God that I did not lose faith. I did not waver in my belief that I could do it. And ultimately, I did get to that position, and I did outperform those who had, also had the opportunity before me. So African women must cultivate a strong sense of self-worth, which will serve as the foundation for personal and professional growth. With unwavering self-belief, you become the author of your own narrative rather than the victim of imposter syndrome. What mindset should you have, therefore? What's the winning mindset for an African woman that wants to aspires to the global stage? It must be a mindset change. You must have a mindset change paradigm, the mind to reshape, reframe, and renew yourself, and keep doing this until your goals are achieved. We have a mantra in Emerging Africa Group, which I founded 5 years, 4 months ago, and which leadership I drive, or whose leadership I drive, and that is, your goals should be achieved. I believe the African woman must tell herself over and over again that my goals are valid, my goals ought to be achieved, and I am capable of achieving my goals. So by recognizing and addressing these elements, African women can empower themselves to pursue and achieve your career aspirations while staying true to your cultural roots and personal values. So what is the importance of a mindset shift? The mindset shift is a foundational step towards a successful career for you as an African woman. It involves changing your perspective and breaking free from traditional expectations. I was one of 2 girls in a family of 7 children. So we had 5 brothers, and the firstborn, secondborn were men before the first daughter, and then again another man, another young boy, and then I came as the 5th, as a woman, and then 2 boys after me. So we had 2 girls sandwiched in the midst of 5 boys, and we had to tell ourselves that we were as good and could be even better than our brothers, even our senior brothers, to get to where we are today. And today, my sister is highly accomplished, and she is operating on the global stage. It involves changing your perspective and breaking free from traditional expectations. African societies have often adhered to traditional gender roles, and these can limit a woman's career choices. A mindset shift encourages you as an African woman to defy these stereotypes and create your own paths, fosters the belief that you can achieve your career goals regardless of societal expectations. Upholding a growth mindset will help embrace learning and will help combat the fear of being perceived as a fraud, which is what the imposter syndrome makes us want to think. What realities do we face as African women on our journey to the top? We have been resilient in the face of numerous challenges that hinder our progression in various aspects of life. These challenges encompass gender disparities in the workplace, reduced access, and in some cases, lack of access to education and opportunities, the struggle to balance family and career, and the presence of discrimination and biases at all stages, both conscious and unconscious bias. Again, I like to tell people that my father had an education, but his sisters didn't, because resources were limited and it was felt that the boy child should be prioritized over the girl child. Thank God that my aunties did not relent in their determination to make something of themselves. And they grew up to be strong women, and they all succeeded as very strong businesswomen in the field of commerce, where education enhances your chances, but lack of it does not eliminate the opportunity to play. Thank God things are different in a lot of African communities today, and increasingly, children, it is understood that they need to be educated, but we're not where we ought to be. So, talking about gender disparities in the workplace, gender disparities in the workplace is a known reality faced by African women. It manifests in unequal pay. Globally, women still earn less than men, on the average, and we have significant statistics to show this, but this is even more prevalent in Africa. We have limited career advancement opportunities. Many times the penny just does not drop to decision makers that oftentimes the best man for the job is actually a woman. Underrepresentation in leadership positions, this is highly prevalent as well. African women often face an invisible, and that's why we call it a glass ceiling, that essentially says, thus far can you go and no further. Unfortunately, it's invisible, it's a glass ceiling, so nobody tells you how it operates, and nobody tells you how you're going to break that ceiling. Bottom line is that sometimes you do have to shatter that ceiling to move forward. Limits professional growth, making it essential for women to advocate for gender equality before they can have a fair chance at these positions, to push for changes in corporate policies that promote fairness and inclusivity. It is often said that many times a woman has to work thrice as hard as a man to get the same promotion that her male colleague got, seemingly on a platter of gold. Now, African women face limited access to education and opportunities. I've given the example of my aunts. Many African women still lack equal access to education and opportunities. Unfortunately, we have sad cases of girls in northern Nigeria who have been kidnapped from school. And their offense, I guess, was simply that they dared to get an education. This hinders personal and professional development of women. Societal norms and economic constraints can restrict girls' access to education. A lot of families have limited resources, and they sometimes have to make unholy choices, like the ones I have discussed. Addressing this issue requires investment in educational infrastructure and policies that promote girls' enrollment in schools. Empowering women through education is a critical goal that we must achieve as a continent. How do women balance family and career? The intricate challenge of balancing family and career is a significant reality for African women. Cultural and societal expectations place the burden of caregiving and household responsibilities on women. Women are expected to stay at home and look after a child that falls sick. When the child is admitted in the hospital, it is assumed that the mother will be with the child until the child gets better, while the man continues to go to work and, essentially provide remote support. We need innovative solutions such as flexible work arrangements, shared family responsibilities to help African women successfully juggle family and career responsibilities. We must eliminate discrimination and biases. African women regularly confront discrimination and biases in various forms, including racial and gender based discrimination. These biases can limit opportunities, erode self confidence, and create an atmosphere of inequality. Combating discrimination and biases requires legislative changes. It is very important that all arms of government must support this. So, laws need to be changed. Policies must be put in place that ensure fairness and equity for women and sometimes stipulate gender participation percentages. So, legislative changes, the executive must also be committed in administrating and effecting these policy changes. And of course, the private sector has a big role to play. And yes, we also need the role of the judiciary to defend the rights of women. And also, like we always say, the press is the fourth arm. We think that campaigns, awareness campaigns, and enlightenment is so important. All of these together will provide, the change that we need in society. It is important to acknowledge these realities and work towards an inclusive and equitable environment that will empower African women to overcome the challenges that they face and reach their full potential in their careers. Now, what career pathways can you explore as an African woman to get to the global stage? The first and obvious one is professional career pathways. So, being a professional, a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, a financial analyst, a scientist, a designer, an administrator. The professional career pathways offers African women a structured and well-defined route to success in your chosen fields. This journey entails identifying and pursuing your passion, building a successful career, and actively engaging in networking and mentorship. How do you achieve this? I always encourage women to avail themselves of every educational and professional training opportunity. Create these opportunities where they don't exist. Sponsor yourself when you need to. Of course, if you can get your employers to sponsor you, wonderful. Go after it, push for it. But when they don't, I have had a situation in which I saw a program, an international program that I knew was eminently important for my career progression, that I knew would add value to my job, so my employer would benefit. I did not receive approval to be sponsored. My employer opted not to sponsor me, and I took my leave. So I used my personal time, and I paid in dollars significant amount to take myself for that program, and the qualification is mine. My employers enjoyed the benefits of the training, but more importantly, I own the benefit of that exposure for the rest of my life. So your career pathway entails identifying and pursuing your passion, doing all that it takes, giving yourself the exposure, the training that it takes to build a successful career, always looking out for opportunities to step into higher positions. This comprehensive approach will empower you as an African woman to excel in your career, overcome challenges, and reach your full potential. The truth is, today, the world is desperately in need of critical skills in fields such as medicine, in business administration, in technology, very important, in engineering, and the world will put aside their biases against your gender or your race, where they can see these qualities, these qualifications superior, when they can see superior qualities and qualification exist. So what do? Make yourself irresistible, make yourself, as it were, incapable of being refused by the value, the sheer value that you bring to the table. Now, how do you achieve success in your professional pathway? Continuous professional development and continuous learning is imperative. Now, it is not only what you know, it is also what you are known to know, or what you are known for knowing. So networking and building a strong professional brand is a non-negotiable. LinkedIn today is a very powerful tool for projecting what you know, what you can do to the world at large. I am privileged to be recognized as a LinkedIn influencer and top voice. Last I checked, this was about 2,000, just over 2,000 people across the world. I have been featured in top 200, top 250 global LinkedIn rankings. I have been featured top CEO in Africa, on up to top three CEO in Africa, up to thrice now, on LinkedIn again. Bottom line is that, first of all, make sure that you know something. Make sure, keep working to be the best in your field. But it is not enough to know. You must be known to know. So you then use an active thought leadership profile on LinkedIn, on the rest of social media, on blog sites, and very importantly, also publishing your own, op-eds, your own opinions, and public speaking. There are all ways in which you build your brand. Seek opportunities for growth and leadership. Seek mentorship and collaboration. You must have your group of peers where you support yourself, your networks to whom you belong. I founded Women in Finance Nigeria, Women in Finance UK. I'm active on the Africa Women CEOs platforms. All these platforms help you to project yourself. And I'm very active on the Africa CEO Forum network. I'm part of the board, the Africa board. All you need, all these networks. You need to actively participate. WIMBIZ is incredibly powerful for Nigerian women. So international exposure and multicultural competence is so important. A lot of what we're achieving in our business today is because of the international exposure that we have. I sit on the Global Advisory Council for the Commonwealth Trade and Investment Council. Our organization is a member of that Commonwealth CWEC. It's a highly recommended platform. So probably this most sought after business platform, business club in the world today. You need to, of course, all the Commonwealth nations are part of this, and it's spearheaded out of the United Kingdom. You need the right exposure. You need exposure to multiple cultures. You need to demonstrate an understanding of the way the world works. I attended the Owner President Management Program of the Harvard Business School. It was an opportunity to be in a classroom with over 160 CEOs from across the world, from all the, most countries across the world. You do need this kind of exposures. And many times it will cost you, but it's worth its weight in gold. Now, the academic career pathway, again, if you are an intellectual and you are recognized, you have published intellectual works. By the grace of God, I've written 3 books. I need to write many more. Professional books and also self-improvement books, a book on investing in Nigeria. The more you demonstrate your academic prowess, the more you make yourself a global citizen. It encompasses the pursuit of advanced education and research, the navigation of distinct challenges within African academia, and the ambitious pursuit of international recognition. I hope you can still see me. Please, I hope you can still see and hear me. Okay. Achieving success in the academia, commit to lifelong learning and research, publish and present research findings, build a strong academic network, advocate for diversity and gender equality, be a thought leader in your field, and engage international networks. Very important. There are entrepreneurship pathways as well. I'm just going to put a note. Can you still hear me and see me?
Yes, ma'am, I can see you and hear you.
Okay, I hope everybody can as well. Fantastic. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm just rounding up now. I have another
great.
5 minutes or so. Okay. So the third pathway is entrepreneurship pathway. And that's the pathway that I am pursuing now. Incidentally, I would say I've pursued all pathways. I've pursued professional, I've pursued academic, and now I'm pursuing the entrepreneurship pathway. It's not just a career choice, but it's a catalyst for transformation and empowerment. And African women are uniquely positioned to drive this change. The huge scope for development across the continent is a massive opportunity for entrepreneurship. This pathway presents not only opportunities but also challenges that need to be addressed. By navigating as a successful entrepreneur, building and scaling your business, you catapult yourself onto the global stage and you get the recognition that you require and you get even more opportunities for growth for your business. And this cut across services, transport, agriculture, engineering, information technology, manufacturing, fashion, culture, all the arts, automotive, environmental, renewables, tourism, entertainment, food, so many opportunities in the entrepreneurial space. So to achieve success in entrepreneurship, you need continuous learning. You need to build a strong brand for yourself and your business. You need to seek recognition and rewards. You need to be committed to sustainability and social responsibility. You need to embrace technology. Everything rests on technology today. You need powerful business networks that can help to move your business forward. And mentorship, business mentorship is important. So in rounding up, I encourage you to overcome the challenges of societal expectation, limited access to education, limited access to information, gender disparities in the workplace and in business, work-life balance issues. I believe that your work and your life should be well integrated, not on two opposing sides competing for your attention. Confidence issues, security concerns. Unfortunately, we've talked about the kidnapping. To overcome these obstacles, we should promote the education of women. We must continue to foster mentorship and role models, which is what this platform is doing. And I commend, these organizers. Advocating for gender-sensitive policies, balancing work and life. To embrace our challenges as a woman, we must take risks. Our unwillingness to take risks has limited our opportunity. Challenges must be seen as the fuel of champions. And we must condition our girls from an early stage to embrace risks, embrace challenges, and surmount them, because that is how we can ultimately establish ourselves and fulfill our position on the global stage. Personally, a lot has been said about me. And what I will just say is to say that by the grace of God, I have used all the levers we have discussed. Professional networks has been very important. Deliberate, intentional brand building and positioning has been very important. Self-development, consistent self-development has been very important. And nurturing the right relationships. And very, very importantly, the right networks across the world, and demonstrating superior competence and capability on the job has helped me to get me to where I am. And, I embraced risk by setting up, founding a business, I would say a late stage in life at the age of 52. And so far, it's an exciting journey. And you can see all these amazing African women that have done great things. My big sister and mentor, Mrs. Folonsho Alakija, our sister, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, so many of these women that have done great things. In rounding up, I've had the privilege of founding and running the Imagine Africa group over time. And today we're in multiple jurisdictions. We have licenses out of Mauritius. We have a UK rep office. We have partnerships in the Isle of Man. We have partnerships, in Switzerland, and we have multiple businesses across the group. Today, we have 8 entities, across 8 divisions across the group. I thank you all for your time and attention. I believe that women can go as high as we choose to go. I believe there are huge opportunities for you as an African woman. I do not, we have no excuse not to achieve our goals. I wish you the best as you continue on your journey to the global space, global arena, and look forward to celebrating you. Thank you for your time and attention, and I will wait for the right opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
We were practically, like say, lectured on how to live our lives in the various career paths. Thank you so much, ma'am, for allowing us to learn from you today. I can't say thank you enough. And it's been an exciting 30 minutes of listening to you. Your track record precedes you. And I hope that by the time we call on you at another time to come and mentor, this is a speed mentoring session, actually. African women, we are going to come back and do us the honors. Thank you so much, Mrs. Toyin Esoni. And have an amazing Saturday. We have the panel session right next to this. And Tolu Thompson is going to come back to introduce the panelists into this session. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for listening, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Tolu Thompson, who is the MC, is going to come back and continue to anchor this event. Tolu, please come in and introduce our panelists. Our panelists are right here, and we are going to have them to stage right now. Tolu, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. We're still in the morning here in Nigeria. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for sticking around with us. If you're joining us on Facebook, thank you very much. If you're joining us on YouTube, thank you very much. And of course, if you're joining us on Open, thank you so much. And of course, to our keynote speaker, thank you so much for that amazing keynote speech. That keynote speech was laced with so much intelligence. I hope we're learning a thing or two. You can just drop in the comment section. You learn from the past, keynote speech that was just given right now by our keynote speaker. Let me see. Oh, our keynote speaker was fire more. Learned so much. All right. Thank you, Monique Van Roy. I mean, can we see so many more comments coming in? All right. So without further ado, let us now get into the first panel session for today. And like, our convener said earlier, we should be privileged and not take this opportunity for granted because our speakers are people that, get paid to speak, but then you register for this event for free. And I hope that you do not take this event for I'm going to get in a hurry. And we have 4 amazing, Dr. Olushola today. 7 years experience in sustainability, ESG, corporate social responsibility, and partnership development settings. He has secured over 46,000 £450,000 in grants for different community projects. He was to mark his coronation for Shola's
Only trade there which have never been to open for.
Thank you very much. We can see some of our panelists already on stage. Right about now, we have Olagoke Balogun. Ladies and gentlemen, Olagoke Balogun is a visionary leader and resilient entrepreneur with over a decade of success in launching and scaling the innovative pioneer indigenous leading healthy food chain in Nigeria, So Fresh, with over 15 locations in multiple cities across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, his first love remains his family. A family believes that the most important unit of our society is family, where values are shaped and productive citizens are raised. He's married to his pretty angel Abimbola, and they're blessed with three amazing children. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a resounding applause to one of our panelists, Olagoke Balogun. Please let us give him a resounding applause in the comment section. Thank you very much, Olagoke Balogun, for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Olushola Ajide. Thank you, Tim. Lastly, we have the beautiful Ariel Bagama Ziegler. Now, Ariel is one of our panelists today, and I'm super excited to be having her here with us today. She is passionate about leveraging inclusive, innovative approaches and community engagement for sustainable and equitable global impact. She's an advisor of the Office of the CEO of Chemnuts International, supporting corporate strategy, innovation, and partnerships. Ariel most recently served at the Unleash Plus program, leading supporting Chemonix partnerships and programming works with the Unleash Global Innovation Lab. Ariel received a master's in international affairs from the Elliott School of International Affairs at the George Washington University with a concentration in the nexus of security and international development. So much to all our speakers. I mean, I can imagine that everyone cannot wait to listen to the wealth of knowledge you're about to share with us today. And I can tell you for free that this panel session is one that we will not forget in a hurry. I mean, big shout out to Ari Balogun. But before I go on, I would like to introduce two members of our panel section. Dr. ladies and gentlemen. All right. Our last panelist for this panel session is Temi Tokwe Olukunle, and I'd like to just introduce her for a bit. She is a visionary HR tech specialist, a global talent consultant, and entrepreneur with a passion for empowering others to achieve their personal and professional goals. As an official member of the First Coaches Council, Upwork Expert Vetted, Work Futures Development Sector Accelerator, freelancing career coaching, and
Hello, moderator. I don't know if you can hear me, but we can't hear you here. Hello, moderator. Can you hear me? Can any of the other panelists hear me? I'm not sure. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Ajide. Good morning, everyone. I don't think they can hear us over there, and we can also hear them. Um,
I've sent a message to Dr. Aderiola that she's muted, so we cannot hear the iTrain Africa line.
oh, she's muted.
Hmm.
I believe I can be heard from this microphone. So I'll go ahead with the question for Ariel. And the question is, Ariel, since you've gone off, I think I'll just go ahead with another person. Dr. Lushala, please.
Yeah.
So Dr. Lushala typifies success by many standards. So you earn well, I presume, and are well decorated. Are there fields in the academia with a higher degree of success than others? Or like it's mostly touted, should people just pursue their passion? So this is for Dr. Lushala. Are there fields in the academia that are, highly, that gives you the chance of success more than others? Or should we just follow our passion when going into the academia field? To you, Dr. Lushala.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you to iTrain Africa. Thank you for the privilege to be here today. I'll just go to the point of life. Success in life is dependent on your discovery of purpose. Success in life is dependent on your discovery of purpose. And I will say that when it comes to academia, having various fields, success in any of those fields is dependent if actually you have found something you are happy doing, something that you find satisfaction doing. So, in whatever field you find yourself, either it's in the sciences, either it's in anthropology, either it's in physics, either you are in the medical sciences, or either you are in the human sciences or natural or sociology, whatever aspect of academia that you find yourself, my suggestion is that please follow your passion. Because, like you know, in the academia, when you are working, there are times in which you are not getting the success of what you desire or the outcome you desire. So, at those times, it is only passion that will be the fuel that will keep you going, in spite of not making headway in your research, in spite of not being successful as should you want to be. It is at that point, passion, that I believe will keep you going. So I would say, discover your purpose, discover your passion, and let that drive you, so that in the days where things are not going the way you want to be it in any part of academia, you will be able to continue. Thank you. I'll stop at that for now. I don't. Thank you. You are muted.
Said at every point. Okay, so if I'm to summarize what Dr. Olushola has just said, discover your purpose, let that drive you, and then as that is driving you, passion can come into play. I also saw a comment by one of the attendees. The person said something like the academia world scares me, something like that. So maybe as you are answering the next question, you could just add something for somebody like that who is scared by the academia world. And the next question to you, Dr. Lushala, but before then, I think that we would like to go around a bit because I see our other panelists active and ready to go. Ariel is back, so I'd like to push her first question to her. And it says that you have been many things at different times across geographies. I wouldn't like to bore our attendees with a list of your achievements again, but as part of the things that stood out for me, you have been a congressional intern before. You have been at some point a Pashto linguist, a diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility champion, a project management professional, a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, an innovation and research manager, and currently you are an advisor at the Office of the CEO at Chemonix International. So it appears that you've been many things and at different times and across different geographies. So my first question to you, Ariel, will be, for those who find it hard to pick an area of interest or career path because they feel that, my interest varies and I can do so many things, how can they define and pursue a coherent career path? For people who can do many things and can be many things. And so they find it difficult to choose a specific career path to pursue in the corporate space. You have done many things at different times and across different geographies. How do you think that those kind of people can define and pursue a career path to follow?
Thank you so much for your question. And can you let me know if you can hear me?
Yes, we can. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's an honor and a privilege to be here among this distinguished panel and among these incredible presenters for this entire conference. So thank you, and for your wonderful introduction. I think my biggest message to communicate is that there is not one right path. There is not one way to explore a coherent career path. And on my journey, I think the biggest thing that I have learned is to experience it as a journey, to think of it as an experience along the way where you are looking at it as gaining skills, you're gaining new opportunities, and opening yourself to possibilities to learn and to connect with other people along the way. And for me, I have always been on a mission to help people. That from the time that I was a little girl, it was the thing I connected to most, and was very inspired by my mother working as a social worker and a working mom with 6 children. And that was always a guidepost for me, but I never knew exactly how to pursue one career path. There was not one thing that I was interested in doing because I had so many interests. So I continued to take steps in a direction of something I was passionate about, or I felt would put me in a direction to learn a new skill, or put me into a career path where I would gain new insight into different career paths. And so when I joined the military, I did that because I actually was very interested in learning about international affairs and cross-cultural communications and how we could actually work towards peace. And that set me on a path to learn new skills and new things. And at each step in my career, I've sought out what is the new possibility or the new opportunity to help continue putting me in the direction to help more people or to achieve greater change at that next step. So I think, to me, the biggest thing that I would say for especially young people trying to figure it out, reduce the pressure on yourself to pick one job or to think that you have to have it all figured out immediately, and instead think about what can you learn from each experience where you're at. Make as many connections as you can, learn from the people around you, and really think about what is your purpose, what is your why, and that more infinite mission that you're working towards, and how does each step in your path put you further in that direction of continuing to have greater impact on that overarching goal. And if you keep yourself open to possibilities along the way, you'll find that there are new career paths that open to you that you may have not ever even know existed. I'll start there.
Thank you so much, Ariel. I absolutely loved your answer to that question. And I was able to take from you that finding a clear mission, even though the path to that mission may vary, is the way to go. And I like when you said that young people should not be tied to a particular thing. So be willing to try different things as they come, as long as they're going to channel you or lead you to that mission. And for you, you define mission to help people, and whether that was through becoming, being a part of the United States Marine Corps or being a passionate linguist, whatever it was still helping you to achieve that mission. So thank you for the brilliant answer, Ariel. I will go ahead now to the entrepreneur in our midst. One of the career paths that we have recognized is that you can gain global relevance through becoming an entrepreneur or through entrepreneurship. And we're very honored to have today in our midst someone whose brand I admire very well, I would say, Mr. Olagoke Balogun, who is the CEO of So Fresh. And my first question to you, Mr. Balogun, is that in a country that is ranked 131 out of 190 economies in the latest Ease of Doing Business ranking done by the World Bank in 2020, you have built a solid, competitive, and profitable business. What do you know about building and scaling businesses that you wish that everyone who wants to explore this path to entrepreneurship would know? What is that thing that you've been able to crack that the rest of those people that are coming behind and who are on this call today should know?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for having me. That's such a loaded question, right? And it just makes me, think back to the journey. This has been a journey of 13 years for me. So I started business in 2010, and I've now been doing this for the past 13 years. There are many things I would like to say, but if there's one thing that I would like to leave with the participant today, is to start from the premise that success in entrepreneurship, or making impact as an entrepreneur, is a very, very long-term game. That's why I started from the fact that this is now 13 years that I've been in business. It's a very long-term game, and so it's important that you take that long-term perspective when you want to start on the journey of entrepreneurship. So I'll say the first thing is resilience and persistence. Know that it's never a smooth ride. It's never a plain trajectory. There will always be lots of ups and downs. There will be great days. There will be setbacks, and it's in overcoming those challenges that you begin to find your foot, and you begin to create even more value for your customers, your clients, or however you address them. So it's a journey of resilience. It's a journey of persistence, and is a long-term game. On this journey, it's important to understand that you have to be adaptable. So that will be my second point. Be adaptable and be flexible. It's always great to start out with a plan of this is what I want to do. This is this is how I think I can create the best value. But when you hit the market clearly tells you or shows you what you need to do, what you need to change. For example, when SoFresh started, SoFresh did not start as SoFresh that we see today. The primary idea for SoFresh was to be an organized retail market, retailing just fruits and vegetables. But when we started, based on the feedback from the customer, based on what customers were asking, how they were interacting with the brand, we knew there was a bigger need we needed to fulfill. And so we decided to pivot and change the business to satisfy the customer. So flexibility and adaptability. When you hit the market, you're listening to the customer, you're listening to trends, you're asking yourself, what do the customers need today? What do they need tomorrow? And all of that. Then in this economy, like you've described, it's a very tough one. So when you're bringing out an idea of a business, you have to think about what will differentiate me from the next person. What is that thing that will be unique about my business? And that's what will stand you out amongst the crowd. That's what will endear customers to you. Products, you must be clear about what problem your product is solving in the market, right? You must be clear about it. And then once you're clear about that, what problem you're solving in the market, you want to ask yourself, how do the customers need it? What do they value about this product? And so you are meeting them at that point. Your customers, it may be price that is important to them. For some customers, it may be convenience. For some customers, it may be speed of service. For some customers, it may be quality. So you have to really know this product I'm selling, this sector I've decided to sell, what is important to them. And that comes out by talking to customers, doing market research. So I advise new entrepreneurs, you have an idea, great. Find 5 people around you, find 10 people around you, your friends, your family. Let them give you feedback on the business. Let them give you feedback on your product, on the service. Always be talking to customers, especially in the early days. And even as you go along, we really need to be talking to the customers, because at the end of the day, the business is about serving the needs and meeting the needs, and wants of your customer. Lastly, I would say that your team always plays a lot of value on your team. There is nothing of significant value that one person can achieve anywhere in the world. Even if you look at individual sports, behind every Serena, behind every Roger Federer. So I'm using sports that I like. Behind all of those talented guys, you have a team around them, and that is even talking about individual sports. You are as good as your team, so it's important to understand that. And when you start to grow and bring in people, you always want to answer that question around what's in it for them as well. How do they grow? How do they benefit from the business? Because that is how they can really work with you, and help you grow the business. So I like to summarize. The first thing is understand that it's a long-term game. So there must be a long-term vision, resilience, persistence, right? Have a clear, unique product or service you're offering to the customer. Be adaptable and flexible to what the market, to what the customers, to what the industry is telling you, and leverage the power of your team, and partnership, to grow your business. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, fantastic. I really love the summary, but I also don't want us to lose sight of where Mr. Balogun started. So he started at know that you are in it for the long game. So there are entrepreneurs who want to make a mark globally, and today they want to sell wigs, and the next day they want to go and start selling food because that's what it's selling. But you have to know that you are in business for the long term to really gain global relevance. And he also ended on the note of place value on your team because you're as good as the people who work with you in your business. And I'd like to tell everyone who is listening in that Mr. Balogun is everything that he's sharing here today. I know that So Fresh started as fruity veggies, I believe. But I mean, you can't fall in love with your idea if your customers are telling you to go another way. And that's what he's done so far. So we have our last panelist join us, Temitope Olukunle. I will go back to Dr. Olushola with my next question for him. And Dr. Olushola, please keep in mind that someone in the comment section, and many people agree that academics is hard. And so just on that premise, I wanted to ask you my next question. Academics are known for being in their own world with their research papers, and please pardon me, in your case and in many cases, their glasses. They have research papers, they have their glasses on, very serious. But in your case, you have had to take up several leadership positions. And so you look to me like someone who is not just an academic, but who is also a tested leader. And that's rare for many academics because they're in the world reading research papers and writing and contributing to so many theses. So what are the best leadership lessons you have learned, especially for fellow academics? And please also touch a bit on the people who have the notion that the world of academics is a very difficult world, because there are people who want to gain global relevance through that path, and they're not even starting because they have the notion that it's a very difficult path to follow. So please go on and address both questions for us.
Yeah, thank you very much again for that. When it comes to, maybe I should start by saying, you see, life itself is hard. And if you come from the mindset of something is hard, there's no way you can break through. And I guess panelists here would agree with me that in whatever they are doing, if they come from that fixed mindset that, oh, this thing is hard, anything you have put your mind on that is hard, you will not be able to break through, you will not be able to survive, you will not be able to pull through. So I think for anyone who wants to go to, not only in academia, any area of life, please, first and foremost, I will suggest change your mindset. Move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset, to say that it's hard, but other people are doing it. Other people are surviving in it. So how are they doing it? Then you go through that. So the first thing is, everything is hard. Life is hard, but have a growth mindset because you can overcome whatever challenge that comes your way. And I can understand, Ariel will testify to that. To be in the military, the training in the military, the first things they take you through is hard. You could say you want to drop off, but you see, that is life. So if you want to go into academia, it's hard. Just know nothing is easy, and just pull through. But it takes me back to what I said earlier. Don't just go into anything because you think it is the fad. It is what is popular. Don't do that. I would say first discover What is your purpose? What is your why? Why are you existing? Why are you existing? For what reason were you born? It is after you discover the reason why you were born that will determine if you need to go into academia or go into entrepreneurship or go into the gig economy. So you must first discover your purpose. And I think that is very key. It is your purpose that will determine your sense of duty in anything that you do. I assume that Mr. Goke will tell you there are days he will feel like, I don't want to do anything today. But because of his sense of purpose, what happens? Even though he doesn't feel like it. I watched a video, and I think it's become a viral video now of Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson talking about discipline. He said that discipline is doing what you don't feel like doing, but you go ahead and do it. You get to do that thing you don't feel like doing. So even those who are in academia who might have discovered purpose, they might feel that I don't feel like writing a paper. I don't feel like doing anything. But because of a sense of duty, a sense of discipline, what do? You go ahead and you do it. So summarily, if you are there, you want to go into academia, ask yourself, why do I want to go into academia? If you answer that question, your next steps will be very clear. And if you want to go into academia, for me, I've been able to transition from the aspect of just in academia, I'm a professional also doing field research when it comes to the aspect of sustainability, also doing community projects. Like I've run various projects on when it comes to do with loneliness and social isolation, when it comes to employability, when it comes to support to ex-prisoners, helping them to reintegrate back into the community, when it comes to people with no recourse to public fund in the UK, when it comes to the aspect of raising awareness with men's health, women's health. So various aspects. But you see, people might be asking, how does all this tie together? It go back to what I said earlier. Why were you born? Discover why you were born. When you discover why you were born, either you are in academia, gig economy, freelancer, everything you will survive. Interestingly, let me just shock you. Yesterday, I got an alert on my Etsy account. I have an Etsy account where I design I design flyers. I put the flyers there. Somebody made a purchase. That's gig economy. So I'm a man of many parts. But anything I do is more back to purpose. What is the purpose? Discover your purpose. Have a passion for it. And I think, like Mr. Olagoko said, there's nothing you can achieve without networking. There's nothing you can achieve without networking and collaboration. And in the academia, when you want to publish, I've published journal articles. I've published a book chapter that came out last year in Routledge about tackling climate change through corporate social responsibility. How did I do that? It's partnership, networking. So there's nothing you can achieve as a lone ranger. There's nothing you can achieve as a lone ranger. So you must, whatever thing, sense of duty, sense of purpose you are achieving, networking is important. And I put in here the impact people make either in grant writing, either in research, either in teaching, or more importantly, when it has to do practical research or projects that touch the life of people. It's important. You must discover your why. And your why will determine if you're going to be focusing on academia, or if you want to go into leadership, or if you want to run both, like I've been successful to do. I'm a chief executive officer of a charity in the UK. I'm also an academic. Interestingly, for those who don't know, I'm also a pastor. So it runs across in whatever field. Everything is tied to discovery of purpose and ensuring that my constituents, my constituents on earth, everyone gets to be served based on my calling to each one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lushala. You're definitely a man of many parts. And from what you have said so far, you started with mindset, the need not to have a fixed mindset, but rather a growth mindset. You also went on to purpose, and for every program I've attended with young people, that subject keeps coming up. Purpose, purpose, purpose. And it leaves the question in many young people's mind, how exactly do I discover my purpose? I'm sure that if we start the conversation today, we will never end it. But then you went on to discipline as well, and then ended on the note of networking, which is what we expect that our attendees here today will be doing, because you can't build any great thing alone. And I really thank you for your response. You're definitely a man of many parts, and we have learned a lot from what you just said. I'll go back to Ariel. And Ariel, I'm sure Ariel is with us now, yes. When I read your bio, Ariel, I found being a Pashto linguist I was very curious about Pashto linguist, because I've never heard about the term before. So then when I went to do a bit of research, I saw that a Pashto linguist is an expert in the Pashto language, a language which is spoken in Afghanistan and some parts of Pakistan. And so I'm very curious about how you transition from such a specialist role into a generalist role where you currently are an advisor to the CEO, at the office of the CEO at Chemonix International. So how did you make that switch? How did you transition from such specialist roles that you have held in the past to a generalist role? And what other tips can you share generally on transitioning to people who want to move from where they currently are to do something else? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And also thank you to the other speakers. I will say, I think one of the things that I love most about being in a more generalist role and the types of things I get to do now is even the experience to be part of things like this and be exposed to such phenomenal minds and individuals with such diverse experience, and having a chance to be part of and learn from so many different paths that people have taken, because it helps inform even my work. And I get a chance to actually be connected to those and then feed those back in and facilitate those connections. So I think, from the generalist realm, I feel like it also that always networking, always connecting, even things like this, it's a natural thing. So I think my journey also has been natural because it fits better with who I am. But if I go back to the beginning of your question, first, I will just be very transparent for the group, because I think also as a young person, it's really important to think about in the beginning, I didn't know what a Pashto linguist was. I will be very transparent that I didn't even know exactly where Afghanistan maybe even was on the map, other than I could have pointed it out, but I didn't know anything more about the region or the location. But when I joined the Marine Corps, I had known other people who had become a linguist. And as I mentioned before, because of my passion in wanting to work in international affairs or to help people, I believed that language was key for communication and for peace building. And so for me, not knowing exactly what path I wanted to follow next, I used that purpose, or at least a guidepost, to help me determine the next stepping stone, where to go after high school. And in the US, many people are pushed to go to college, but I was not comfortable with that path. It didn't speak to me. I couldn't get behind that. I felt a call to serve in the military, and the path of becoming a linguist seemed like something that would still put me towards that ultimate purpose. The Marine Corps said, you will become a Pashto linguist. So part of that was not my choice necessarily, but what happened is that I really embraced that. I tried something completely new. There were many challenges. I actually was not a very good linguist in the beginning. It was a very different life experience for me. I was somebody who often was pretty good in school without having to try. Many things had come naturally to me. Part of joining the Marine Corps, as compared to other services in the United States, was wanting to be challenged. But it was actually a very difficult learning experience for something that didn't come naturally to me. And I learned a lot about myself and having to adapt and overcome. And one of the main things I've even taken away from my time in the military is that even when it's challenging, that ability to continue to persevere, to continue to find ways to work through that and learn more about yourself in the process to then help inform where do you go next. And I found that actually many people are phenomenal linguists and it comes very natural to them and they love it. And being a very hyper technical specialist and investing years in becoming the best at one particular focus is something that some people love and it speaks to them. And even though I worked in that space over 5 years, and I did become progressively better. And in that process, I actually really benefited from the fact that I was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactive disorder, which I don't know if across diagnosed, but that process of trying to become a linguist actually helped me identify something about the way my brain works that really helped me figure out where I needed to go next and help me better understand even why I was struggling with learning or why I was having trouble picking one career path. And instead of seeing those as a problem, and instead of feeling badly about why I didn't love doing this one thing, or even when I was becoming more successful and starting to be quite good, I still didn't feel that passion or that calling or that sense of why. And I felt like I needed to move forward. And at a certain point, I actually think one of the other things I really want to convey is actually then being brave enough to say, this isn't for me. Even if you are successful, even if you are actually building a strong career path, if it doesn't fit that purpose, that sense of mission, you're not feeling that growth mindset, being able to say, I have learned a lot here, but it's time for me to transition to the next thing. Even if I'm not positive what that is yet, I know that there is something different and I need to actually be brave enough to step out of this comfort zone and give myself space to figure out what that is. Now, I completely own that I had the ability to do that. I was young and I was willing to work. There is a sense of course, there is an inherent privilege that I was able to do that. I had family, but I do not come from money. I don't come from family wealth. I just made a decision to be okay with going back to working really hard. And at some points, I left a comfortable job where I had started actually making better money and could have pursued that career path. And instead, I actually went back to serving, waiting tables and bartending and working multiple jobs in between to go back and finish my degree and to get on a path to go back into policy. And that was very hard. I had to actually be very humble and say, I'm making a different choice for the long term. I'm making a choice for myself to feel comfortable about where I'm going and the purpose I want to serve in my life, exactly as the doctor has just said. And I know it's hard now, but if I can embrace the journey and know that this is going to benefit me in the long run, and I can be brave enough to say that it's okay right now to take this step back, to do something different, it's going to work out. And then by maintaining actually that growth mindset and really focusing on the why and that same purpose, along the way, I found a way to actually enjoy the journey. And where when I first was transitioning, I was embarrassed about going from kind of this high profile job working for the US government and feeling like I had this title and I had achieved kind of some early success, and then feeling embarrassed, going back home to my home community to say, oh, I'm actually going back to waiting tables right now while I finish my degree. But really now I look back and those were actually some of the most fun years I had. I met amazing connections. I met friends. And my people skills and my ability to actually work with difficult people, navigate conflict, work through very challenging times in real time are actually some of the most beneficial skills I use now. Because having to actually have a customer yell at you, very different than the professional world, there are still transferable skills. And so that growth mindset or being really been very beneficial to me. And then that humility and the ability to start over is also what allowed me to continue navigating where I've gotten now. because even when I went then on to grad school, I made a decision to leave Capitol Hill, where I had been working for one of the committees on Capitol Hill that also was very connected. I was learning a lot. It was a great place. I could have stayed longer. But again, I was brave and I said, I really want to learn about international development. I'm curious. And I think that there's an opportunity right now in my life and in my academic career to pause and say, let's just go over here and learn and see what I can find. And I went to Chemonics actually as an intern. Even though I was almost 30 years old, I said, I am going to find a way to make this work. And it was hard, but I did. And I have worked very hard while I was there, sometimes, working a lot of hours. I'm not recommending that, necessarily, but I brought that growth mindset and that hunger to learn and to get connected and to do as much as I possibly could, and took advantage of being in an industry with many opportunities to learn. And as I mentioned before, you stumble into sometimes possibilities you didn't know existed. And that's how I found my niche in a broad subset under innovation and strategic partnerships and strategy, where my skills and my unique things that I sometimes used to think were a problem, or it was bad that I couldn't pick one thing, or I used to be frustrated with myself, I've actually been able to leverage all of those as skills. And I bring those as superpowers that have actually made me very good at what I do now. And so again, continuing to grow, continuing to be resilient, as the other speakers have said, but some of it is really just being brave enough to make a different transition. And then also giving yourself some of that space and the patience on that journey to actually make the transition and see, does this make sense for me? Can I learn something here? Is this working? Great. Maybe you continue to grow. If not, then again, being brave to say, what skills have I learned from this? And can I transition to the next thing? But it's all under that umbrella of what is my purpose, or what is that ultimate mission that I'm working towards? And that can still be what grounds you and the through thread that brings you through all of those different seasons.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ariel. And I believe one of the attendees, Rahema Rashid, was thanking you for your vulnerability and openness. And a lot of other people are also thanking you for sharing your story. It's quite inspiring. I like how you shared with us about how you had to take a step back, be humble and go into what others will perceive as a lesser position, just so that you will move faster in the direction of your mission. And that's fantastic. I see that we have our final panelist with us now, Temitope Odukunle. I apologize if you have had any network issues joining us. So I'm just going to ask you one question because we're pressed for time at this point. I saw a post that you made on LinkedIn with the header, "Don't be talented and broke." So I wanted to ask you, how can a freelancer or a tech professional profit from their talent? How can they turn their skills, talent, and passion into a sustainable income? Because not every tech professional is rich or eating from that economy. So how can a tech professional, convert their skills and their passion into a sustainable income?
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the question. So I think the question is very heavy, but I'm just going to dive into it right away. So the idea behind being talented and broke is a concept that I came up with looking at the Republic of Congo and sometimes even Nigeria, as a nation, looking at the country with the resource that we have, the human resource and all of the other resources that we have, and we're still where we are. And it's the same thing with a lot of talented professionals in Africa, in Nigeria, in all other countries across the world. There are people who have different capacities, different skills, and we're not leveraging on the digital economy because the truth is it's a takeoff season. And the world that we know is continually changing. Post-COVID, everything has changed. So there's a lot of digital transformation. And it's not just about internet, it's about your positioning. So what I'm going to do to describe how anyone listening to us right now can leverage on their skills, their capacities, and the 3 E's. I call something the 3 E's of global penetration. I call it your expertise, your experience, and your education. And that sort of summarizes everybody on this call, the academia, entrepreneurship. So your expertise, your experience, and your education, you can leverage on those three to begin to monetize your skills. And the first in my C, I call it clarity, aka gap analysis. Do a gap analysis of where you are and where you want to be. So you can't just wake up one day to say, you know what, I want to begin to monetize, or I want to begin to leverage on the global economy, as the gig economy, to freelance. You want to start with the clarity to understand, where do you really want to be as a gig economist or a freelancer? Do you want to leverage on your expertise, your 9-to-5 job? Do you want to acquire in-demand skills? You want to go for new skills? Because there are times some industry are saturated. And the truth is, new skills are emerging every day. Are there new technologies, new skill set that you can build, so that when you get online, you are not competing in the ocean field with the same set of people? There is a niche, there is an added advantage or an edge for you. So that's the first C, clarity. The second C, I call it capacity. And that's like creating an improvement plan. So now it's time to go build capacity. Maybe there are new, like I mentioned earlier, it is during your gap analysis, you identify the areas you need to leverage on, the areas that you need to add more skills, the areas that you need to build more capacity. Now we're talking about artificial intelligence. You don't have to be a techie to know how to use certain tools to make your life better, to make your job easier, to deliver on your job. So you want to build capacity. The third C is communication. There's something I call unmute your mic, and I have a book called Unmute Your Mic as well. It means that you can be talented and you're unknown. It's the same thing, like people, you are good at what you do, but people don't know. And there are a lot of people that we connect on LinkedIn or we connect on social media, and you're wondering, where has this person been? Where have you been? You are so good. I don't know. I haven't come across your page before, right? So you want to begin to unmute your mic, leverage on the platforms that we have that you can freelance on, platforms like Upwork, Fiverr, leverage LinkedIn. I've gotten a lot of international opportunities from LinkedIn. I recruit for companies like World Bank, AFDB through freelancing. I might not have achieved that through my 9-to-5. So there is power in the gig economy. You just need to know how to leverage on it. So clarity, capacity, communication, which is unmuting your mic. The fourth, I call it creativity. Now, when we talk about innovation, innovation is like thinking outside of the box. But I have a concept I call outnovation. In fact, the name of my agency is Outnovate Africa. So when we say outnovate, it is you're thinking like there is no box. You are thinking that there is no limit. So when I started freelancing, I used to have the idea that it's for tech talent alone. But the idea behind outnovating is thinking like there is no limit, that you can try it and it can work for you. And so you just need to figure out how to make it work. And that's how I broke into it. As an HR and a virtual assistant, it wasn't regular. We just thought you have to be coding, graphic design to freelance. It's a lie. So outnovate. Think like there is no limit for you. Even if you're in Africa, it doesn't matter. So clarity, capacity, communication, creativity. And the fifth is communities. And I think everybody has talked about networking today. Collaboration is the new competition. You want to be in the midst of people that can help you. You want to be in the midst of people that can sharpen you. You know, when they say iron sharpens iron, it's not a cliche. And it's not just limited to the biblical terms. It works. So you want to be among people that can sponsor you, even career sponsors, people that can help you, people that you can help. And the last, because of time, I call it conviction. And so you are who you say you are. In this age of social media where everybody's claiming everything online, if you think you can, you are right. And if you think you can't, you are also right. I just believe with these 6 C's, because of time, you guys are able to get some value. Thank you so much for having me once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Temitope. You came in, but then you came in just at the nick of time, but then you gave us enough value to last us. And I like that you mentioned the 3 E's and what I believe are the six C's. Expertise, experience, and education are those things with which you can earn, and you can use them through clarity, capacity, communication, creativity, community, and conviction. These are the 6 C's. And guys, if you connect with Temitope, you also find out that she's passionate about 5 M's. I think money mastery and quite a number of things. Yes. So fantastic. I think that it's been a very, very loaded session. Anyone here, I know that Temitope advised us to unmute our mics, and attendees can't literally unmute their mics today. But we're hoping everyone here that you will unmute your mic on your social media pages and your circle of influence and every other place that you find yourself. I want to thank all our panelists today. There is the recurring theme of purpose, of mindset, discipline, networking, persistence, resilience, adaptability, and differentiation. Every one of our speakers today have in some measure spoken about these things, and I hope that we're taking it seriously. I'm seeing feedback about how this is a very loaded session, and I can't help but agree. So thank you to all our panelists. Thank you to Dr. Olushola. Thank you to Mr. Olagoke Balogu, to Mitape Olukunle, and Ariel. It's been so fantastic learning from you. And I will hand it over now to our MC. And please, guys, let's give them a virtual round of applause as I am doing the same here where I am. It's been a fantastic session and it's been amazing speaking with you. I learned a lot myself. Thank you so much, panelists. Have a great day ahead. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for our panels, our panelists, and of course, the moderator for the panel session, Emanuela. Thank you very much. People are saying that was so powerful, the expertise, so many amazing comments right there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know. We're just jumping our comment. That was very motivating. That was very inspiring. That was very beautiful. Amazing stuff. I mean, just like our convener said at the beginning of the event, this is one event where you're going to be learning so much, and it's all for free on how to position you to take a global stage. Like you rightly know, this is the leading event edition of the Global Mentorship Conference 2023, and I'm super excited that we're all learning. Emanuela, people are complimenting you and saying, well done, great job done. Thank you all so much for your amazing time. I know that we have many viewers from YouTube, and of course we also have from Facebook, and of course on our streaming platform Pumping. Thank you all so much for your pleasant time joining us here today. It is now time for us to go into another session of the event. And I'm talking about the breakout session. Yes. This is an event where you're open to networking, you're open to meeting new people, open to learning new things, open to meeting brilliant minds, because this is an event to set you up on the global stage. And networking is one strategy that you use to set yourself on the global stage. And as you rightly know, we have so many breakout sessions, so many breakout rooms listed here open for you. But then just to note that if you are watching us on YouTube or Facebook, please stay where you are. We have a very special session for you right now, and we have amazing speakers that are going to be watching the session and taking you on a journey where you will be learning, and of course where you'll be learning things that you don't necessarily need, and learning things that you need to position you for the global stage that you're preparing for. So now we have so many breakout sessions lined up for you. So you just go to the sessions segment, and of course, you can just step into the session that best works for you. And we have our moderators in every session waiting for you to engage you, ask them questions, just simply engage, and please network. When our commander was speaking, she said that your network is your network. And she's able to bring all of these speakers here today because she's able to network with people. So these sessions that we're about to get into is one that you'll be learning, and of course you'll be meeting our moderators that will be speaking to you in a moment.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you're joining us from, all over the world. It's so great to be here with you today, and it's time for our first breakout session. And I'm so excited to be doing this. My name is Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe, and I'll be moderating this first breakout session of the GMC conference today. I'm excited that I'm here with those on Facebook and YouTube. So don't be bothered that you're not on Upwin. As a matter of fact, I believe that you have a better advantage because you get to hear from all of the four pillars that I'll be discussing about in this session today. Remember that the pillars are on entrepreneurship, on the freelance and gig economy, on the professionals, that is the 9 to 5ers, and then lastly on academia. So I'll be introducing each of the speakers that we have that are representing each of those four pillars, and I'll start in no particular order. So the first person I'll be introducing here today is, of course, our convener, Dr. Dere Adio Adepoju. Now, Ademisola Adio Adepoju is a multi-potentialite excelling as an educator, coach, academic, entrepreneur, and SDGs and global opportunities expert. With a strong dedication to youth and women empowerment through skills acquisition, she champions the realization of the SDGs. Having served as an Unleashed ambassador in both 2021 and 2022, as well as the UPG Sustainability Leader of 2021, Dr. Aderisola Adepoju's remarkable journey includes securing over 35 global opportunities such as grants, awards, business labs, innovation labs, and fellowships that have taken her across 5 continents. Her impact extends to training over 40,000 youths across Africa, equipping them with knowledge on SDGs and the path to global opportunities through our programs. At the helm of the Global Mentorship Conference, an annual event uniting youth, women, and professionals across Africa, Aderisola orchestrated the inaugural edition that reached over 800,000 people. The event saw participation from 40 plus African countries with 14,000 plus registered attendees and 35 speakers hailing from 25 plus nations. Her academic pursuits shine through as she previously taught chemistry at a university from 2019 to 2022, and her contributions extend to several publications in international journals. Renowned for her impactful speaking engagements and mentorship, Dr. Adio Adepoju inspires and empowers our audience to achieve clarity, direction, and tangible results. She's a dedicated social entrepreneur holding a mini MBA from the International Finance Corporation (IFC) and boasts over 13 years of experience in entrepreneurship management and teaching. As the founder of iTrain Africa and EdTech Social Enterprise, our vision revolves around cultivating a generation of African youth armed with the knowledge, skills, and direction to shape a promising future. Notably, she led the My Body, My Planet Global Climate Action Project at the Natural History Museum of London in 2022, followed by a substantial role as the Global Program Coordinator for the Global We Project at Museum for the United Nations, that is the UN Life, spanning across 23 plus nations. Adding to her accomplishments, Mrs. Aderisola Adepoju enjoys a happy marriage and is blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, with a virtual round of applause, your best emoji, please let's get it buzzing as we introduce Dr. Aderisola Adepoju.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for that warm welcome, and thank you for agreeing to do this for us.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you. All right, so I'll go quickly to the second speaker that I'll be having here, and she is Tinuade Oguntuyi. She'll be representing the freelancing stroke gig economy. Tinuade Oguntuyi is a transformational IT specialist with more than 10 years of experience in telecoms, IP network, technical sales, IT solutions, infrastructure design, consulting, and customer experience. She uses numerous telecom technologies, including satellite, microwave, fiber optics, and SIM to create cutting-edge solutions that has helped our country greatly. She's a graduate of computer science, that is a BSc, mini MBA telecoms, and mini MBA digital innovation. She has also earned several relevant industry certifications. Tinuade is the head of networks and solutions at Information Connectivity Solutions Limited (ICSL), premium ISP and technology company in Nigeria. Our work includes, among other things, machine-to-machine communications for ATMs, GSM backhauling, view via satellite in rural communities and how to get settlements, federal and statewide WAN connectivity. Through mentorship, support groups, local and global speaking engagements, and other social impact activities, she imparts her knowledge and encourages women and girls who are interested in STEM fields. Tinuade was awarded Promoter of ICT Development in Nigeria by Titan of Tech, African Women, African Woman Tech Leadership by Women in Africa, and several industry recognitions. She's a member of the Nigerian chapter of the Internet Society, Project Management Institute, and has carried out over 30 network infrastructure projects in more than 12 sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, again with your virtual round of applause and your very best emoji, let's welcome Tinuade Ogutui. Welcome, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Same
Okay, so
here. Glad to be here.
yeah, thank you so much for honoring our invite. So quickly, I'll move to the third speaker. And this is a speaker in academia. I was so happy reading through her profile. I checked you up a number of times on LinkedIn, pardon me. So Sujitra Raviselvam, oh, please, I'm so sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly. She is a postdoctoral researcher affiliated with the Future Everyday Group in the Department of Industrial Design at the Eindhoven University of Technology. She received a PhD in engineering product development from the Singapore University of Technology and Design. Our expertise is in adapting design methods to bring inclusive and creative new perspectives for product services and systems design. She has collaborated with industry partners and researchers from various fields and applied her research in domains like healthcare, cybersecurity, assistive technology, and general education. She's also experienced in facilitating design innovation workshops and has mentored student design teams in Singapore, the United States, Saudi Arabia, and India. As a postdoctoral researcher, she's currently working on extending the application areas of the data enabled design approach, and she is passionate about using data to bridge the gap between people and innovations. Wow, this is a very, very interesting profile, and I'm glad to have you here with us today. Welcome, Mrs. Sujitra. Please tell me that I pronounced that
Thank
correctly.
you. That was perfect. That was perfect. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. What the energy. I was just at another breakout session. The energy is amazing. Thank you for
Yeah,
having me
thank you
here.
so much. All right, so last but not the least, I have here with me Miss Evie Osobase. Oh goodness. Please, I want to believe I pronounced that well. And she is representing the professionals, that is the 9 to 5ers. Evie Folashade Osobase is a dynamic multi-potential light with over 14 years of marketing and communications experience across sub-Saharan Africa and the APAC region, including Australia. Recently transitioning into agile coaching, Ivie sits at the intersection of creativity, adaptability, and technical prowess. Her superpowers, rapid learning, multitasking, and adaptability make her an invaluable asset to iTrain Africa. Our specialty is synthesizing ideas to create innovative solutions for complex challenges. Ivy has worn many hats throughout her career, from leading multi-country marketing and communications campaigns to coaching agile teams. She thrives in diverse cultural environments and has the unique ability to bridge the gap between traditional and digital landscapes in an electrifying 14-year journey that crisscrosses sub-Saharan Africa and the APAC region, zeroing in on Australia. EVA has turned marketing and communications into an art form, guided by the ethos of thinking like there is no box. No box. EVA has architected multi-country campaigns that haven't just amplified brand awareness, but have also crafted cultural bridges between communities as diverse as the landscapes they inhabit. From soaring brand visibility by a staggering 40% in East Africa to deploying data driven CRM systems that transform donor retention in Southern Africa, EVA's unparalleled and analytical prowess has redefined what's possible in the industry. This innovative spirit didn't stop at marketing. EVA seamlessly transitioned into agile coaching, bringing our unique abilities of rapid learning, adaptability, and multitasking. Based in Australia, EVA has facilitated agile transformations from multinational companies, achieving efficiency gains of up to 37% and fostering a culture of continuous improvement. A unique blend of skills has broken down silos between digital and traditional marketing and cross-functional agile teams, establishing EVA as a transformative force in both sectors. Again, beautiful people, let's welcome with virtual applause and beautiful emojis, EVA Osobase. Nice
Thank
to
you very
have you
much.
here.
Can you guys hear
All
me?
right. Yes, we can. We
All
can.
right.
Can you hear us? Oh, great. Okay, so without wasting further time, we are going to dive straight in, and then I'll be asking questions from each one of them. Remember that they are all representing different sectors. Dr. Derry represents entrepreneurs. Ibie Osobase is representing the professionals, that is the 9 to 5ers. Mr. Noade is representing the gig stroke freelancing economy, and Sujitra is representing the academia. So I'll be starting with Dr. Derry. Now, Dr. Derry, you've been a successful entrepreneur and have also championed youth and women empowerment through skills acquisition. Can you share some insights into the key qualities or skills that you believe are essential for aspiring entrepreneurs to succeed in today's competitive landscape?
Thank you, Victoria. I'm going to say this. The first thing you must always think about as an entrepreneur is ideas are what's just a penny. Like, idea is just an idea. Like, and I hear a lot of young people like you say, "Oh, mom, I have this great idea," and I'm like, "Okay, can like what else?" Like, people honestly think ideas, no matter how unique your idea is, most likely is an innovation. And what is an innovation? An innovation is something that's been done before, and you just want to do it differently than another way to solve a specific problem. So when I hear young people say, "I have an idea, the only thing limiting me is funds," I'm like, like, really? Your idea? And like, in fact, one of the things I heard at the Unleash Innovation Lab is an investor will rather invest in an okay idea and a great team than invest in a great idea and an okay team, right? So you could turn an okay idea into like a multi-billion dollar company, an okay idea, but a very great team will market. Look, you will market that idea and everybody's going to buy into it, or whatever product that idea becomes. So the first thing I always tell people is, please, your idea is not as great as you think, and stop hiding that idea. Because some people say, "Oh, I'm hiding my idea, I'm hiding my idea," so somebody does not steal it. An idea you don't execute is worth nothing. So please run it by people, because there's someone that's done it before. Check on, like, "Oh, if I do it this way," the only thing you are doing is putting a twist to what you already want to do. So that is always my first thing, because, and I needed to address this today, because a lot of people just always think, look, there are some ideas I have in my bank. I will wake up the next morning on Instagram, I see someone already doing it, and I'm like, instead of me to be feeling like, did this person steal my damn? I'm like, okay, let me see what you are doing. Like, I need to see what you are doing. When I see what you are doing and I see the gap in that space, then I go and say, it is that gap that will be my USP. USP, by the way, is your unique selling proposition or point. That gap in my competitors' own, I will come to market, capitalize on it, and I will kill it with marketing. And by the way, I can market anything. I can sell highs to the Eskimos. So I market away. And that is the strong thing you must have as an entrepreneur. Make sure that you sleep marketing, you wake up marketing. Marketing is the bloodline of any business, not the idea itself. You can sell water, you can sell anything, just know how to market it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Derisola. So those of you that are hiding your idea, I'm not going to tell anyone. They're going to steal it. Trust me, I've been in that situation. I wake up and I see someone else, and I'm like, "Oh, what? I just thought about this yesterday." There are so many people thinking about the same thing that you are thinking about. And you know the funny thing, if you don't ask, when you see someone else and the person is able to market it well, like you said, they will believe that the person is the professional and the best at it, because you decided to hide in your shell. So break that, break out of that today. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Aderisola. I really could relate with that. So we'll go quickly to Tinuade. Now, Ms. Tinuade, with your extensive experience in the technology industry, What key principles or strategies do you believe are universally important? So for people in tech, it doesn't matter the area of tech they are specialized in. What universal skills do you think technology experts need to thrive in their careers, regardless of their field or specialization?
Thank you very much for having me. Greetings, everyone listening to us, and greetings to the other discussants. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Dr. Deering, for having me. So, I would want to establish that you have to be a lifelong learner to be in tech space at all, which of course is important for every other space. But if you are in technology business, you can sleep today, wake up tomorrow, and see a new information. And I'll quickly say this with a practical example of myself. About 10 years ago, I used to manage BlackBerry enterprise servers. And I mean, we're managing this for the very big companies like oil and gas and all of that. And the BlackBerry servers were really precious to them because that is the only medium they were using to transfer files to people off grid and maybe on water and all of that. But one morning, everybody woke up and Android is here. That is requiring you already to shift to learn the new thing. And most times you don't want all of this to just catch you unaware, because that is where you find people being redundant. You will hear, oh, they used to be experts, so, and now they don't even have a voice in the space because they have not taken learning as a priority. And you need to be able to create a niche for yourself. I'm a firm supporter of being a potential, like just like you're reading Dr. Deering's profile and all that. But even in technology, you need to create a niche for yourself. Be that voice that when everybody is talking about it, they will say, oh, Tinoade is an infrastructure specialist. She's an infrastructure professional. Go and meet her. She will solve your problem. That does not, of course, limit me to just being an infrastructure professional, because everything I do still evolves around meeting clients' needs, which comes in different facets. So learning is very important. And I think that is very universal. Another thing is networking. And I'm very glad, even from the last session I joined, Dr. Olushola was mentioning that you will probably not be able to thrive without networking. I tell you, I'm a product of network. And it might look like I'm mentioning Dr. Dering's name often and often. I joined a program that she had one time, like where somehow in same group for a particular mentoring class, but I came to her to also learn some things. You cannot try just staying like a loner. I'm doing one part of technology, but somebody else in UK is doing another part of same thing I'm doing, but they have advanced maybe 2 steps ahead of me. So when I network, I'm able to get some of this information. And imagine I'm here in Nigeria and I'm bringing solutions that people have not even started working on. But how did I get to know that? Because somebody else that is in the same space that I've networked with had already told me about it, and I'm already working on it. What does that do for me? It makes me stand out definitely, because now I'm talking about things people are still reading in the papers. You cannot overemphasize networking, and not just networking because they say we should network. You network meaningfully and make it give results that will pivot you to the next level. Another thing I want to say is that to thrive in the tech business or in the field, regardless of where you are, you need to be innovative. Many a times you might not be able to reinvent the wheels, but how do you do your own things differently? I'll give you another instance. I like to use very practical examples. There was a need for rural telephoning project to be done in Nigeria, and everybody, because they had maybe the resources or they had established business they were doing. But when it was our turn to do it, we were looking for places that were really critical. That when we eventually set up this rural telephony, it will not only be business as usual, but it will be more of impact. So I'll give you the example of the very first place we did it. That very day, they could make their first call on their soil. The chief of the town like in Nigeria, for people that don't know, in Nigeria we have settlements where you have like a leader, they call them chiefs or leaders, that will be the voice everybody listens to. So they gathered that evening. It was about 6 p.m. Nigerian time, and they made a call to us. And the chief was practically crying while talking that you don't know what this means to us. We don't need to travel miles to go and make calls again. So we were not just doing it as business as usual. We went for business and impact at the same time. That will set you out. It will make you outstanding. Even if you're a cybersecurity person, and I'm really glad because I did not know how to embrace SDG completely into the work I do. But the moment I realized it, it made a lot of difference. When you are
Wow.
in tech and you are able to do it, you will see the difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Antino Ade. So what I got from that was that for you to be successful in the freelancing or gig economy, and as a matter of fact, I believe it relates to everyone. It doesn't matter your field. It doesn't matter if you're an entrepreneur, you're still working 9 to 5, you're in academic. It relates to everyone. First, you must be a lifelong learner. The second thing she said was that you should always network. Networking. Everybody's saying it. Networking. Networking is key. Networking is key because you don't know who you'll be meeting, along the way. And thank God that what is coming up next is a networking session. You just have to take the most advantage of it because I'll be doing the same for myself. I'll tell you more about it later. Then the third thing she said is that you must innovate. You must innovate. If you're not innovative, see the example she gave us about BlackBerry. Everybody who is using BlackBerry now. But I remember back then, everybody wanted to have a pin. What's your pin? If you don't have the pin, you're like an outlier, like someone that you are not even existing. But it's no longer there because of innovation. So either as an entrepreneur, someone in academia, learn to always innovate. Before I move to the next person, please, I would like to encourage us as you listen, if you have questions, please make sure to type in your questions in the comments so that we can pick it up and ask them after they are all done with your questions. So I'll move now to Sujitra. Now, as a postdoctoral researcher, you've been involved in academic research and you've also mentored student learning designs, like I read in your profile, student design teams rather. So, what strategies or methods have you found effective in bridging the gap between academic research and practical application? Because sometimes we just do these researches and then it's difficult for us to implement it practically in real life. So, what effective ways have you found to bridge that gap between academic research and practical application, and how academic institutions can better prepare the students, for real world design challenges?
Awesome. Thank you again. And thank you, everyone, for being so welcoming. It's a nice question, right? So, in a way, academic institutions do prepare you for real world design, especially with approaches like project based learning or application based learning. But a collaboration between academia and industry or even government can help build the confidence to see their role or academics' role in real world application. Plus, such collaborations again do help building an understanding between academia and companies or also governments, because now it's more like, even the other day I was talking with one of my friends who works in an industry. So it's in academia that we call industry, right? When it's a company, it's like it's industry. So she was like, it's funny where she mentioned funny how academics refer to this as industry, but for people working in industry, it's just another job. So they don't refer to themselves, oh, we are industry, right? So that's funny, but I guess the answer is more collaborations across industry and academia or even governments. To be honest, I have seen working in different countries, I have seen countries that appreciate this collaboration between academia and practical aspects grow even better in research and applications of that research within the country. So that would be the answer for the question.
Thank you so much. I quite agree with Sujitra because I'm hearing this for the second time in 3 weeks. So there was a conference I attended about 3 weeks ago, and one of the panelists is someone that works in government with startups as well. And it was a conference for educators. So one thing he said was that educators should start working with industries and the community. And what you're saying now is actually in line with the same. So it means that it is just a known fact for us to create real life practical solutions for the communities that we are in. There needs to be that collaboration and partnership. between the academia and industries and even the community. Thank you so much for resounding that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm happy that I'm here. I'm learning. Are you learning? Let's know in the comments. Okay, quickly. So, Ivy, I'll come to you. All right, Ivy. Now, we're going to be talking about those that are early stage professionals, right? So, for many early stage career professionals, many feel overwhelmed with the demands of their jobs, right? Because they are, of course, early stage. Now, what advice would you give to young professionals that are just starting their careers on how to manage their time effectively, to set priorities, and to make the most of their early career experiences?
So, thank you for having me. First of all, let me start there. And to address that question, I would say there are two pathways you could take. The first one being that you've got to know how to be good with time management, know how to find a balance. I wouldn't say balance. Balance doesn't exist. Usually, when you're working in a career, something has to suffer, especially at the early stages. It will be your social life. You can't go to parties as much. You can't hang out with friends when you want to, those type of things. Or it will be something else, right? But something usually suffers, right, when you are at the early stages of your career. Um, and so you need to find out what you need to give up now. For now, what am I sacrificing to get to that next stage for now, right? So you have to decide on which you would give up for now. So on the other hand, I've been in spaces, especially in Africa, especially in Nigeria, where you have some amazing KPIs where your boss demands some things that are not possible from a young person starting out in the name of prove yourself, to this company or something like that. So you need to learn to say no, and you need to learn to say it in a corporate way. So there's something called corporate speak. You don't look at your boss and you say no. I won't do it. You say, excuse me, sir, because of this particular task that I have, I'm not able to complete this task because it is clashing. Find an elaborate way to craft that email and send it. So that when it comes back to you and they say, oh, you didn't do this, or you did this, or you didn't do this right, you could say, oh, sir, if you refer to my email of that day, I said because of this task you have given me, I'm not able to fulfill this one. Right? You need to learn corporate speak, especially early on in your career. There's a way they speak in corporate, which you can simplify your task by saying no, go. You can tell a person to go away in a 2-page email, right? Because you're trying to balance it because your health, your mental health needs that. And I find that a lot of spaces where you work in Nigeria, especially, tend to want to pile on pressure on young people starting out, right? And it's too much. This person cannot say they need the job. They're starting out, they're trying to get there. So you need to be there to be able to craft out and say, okay, let me see, I'm going to tackle this. So this man wants me to do this, he wants me to do this. I can't do this and do this, one will suffer. So let me find a way to craft it and tell him, if you can't say it by yourself, find someone that can say it for you. Go to someone senior, maybe not in your office, maybe in another workplace, and say, please, can you me craft a way to say this in corporate speak? I call it corporate speak. So you say it and say, so here the term is finessing. You finesse anybody that's trying to, your manager, you finesse them. So you say, oh, I'm not able to fulfill this because of this. Now, in Nigeria is a hierarchical place. In the West, where I am currently, it's not so hierarchical, right? You can tell them based on these priorities, I'm not able to deliver this until, or you can tell me which one is more, should I give more priority to, right? You can talk to them like that. In Nigeria is a different space. You can't tell them, I can't do this because it will come with some backlash. So you need to learn how to craft your messages and make sure everything is in black and white, right? So that's the different spaces. Did I answer your question? Was that
Yes,
good
you
enough for you?
did. Absolutely, you did. Thank you so much. So I've learned something new today. Corporate speak. Hey, I'm definitely going to be implementing this. Then there was something else you said at the beginning. There's always this work-life balance. And then for many of us that are women, with family, with children, and then you're wondering work-life balance. Sometimes you feel like a failure when you see that one part is not, it's not working the way it ought to work, and you're like, why everybody's talking about work-life balance? How come I'm not leading this? How come I'm not doing so well in this regard? But I'm glad that you mentioned that there is a part that might need to suffer. And in my own case, it's social life because my friends, they keep saying, I've been saying I want to visit you for a while and all of that, but we only get to talk on the phone. So at least there is some form of, should I say, I'm not beating myself so much because someone else who, has gone through the path is telling me a path you have to suffer for a while. So it's okay for that to happen. But then along the line, you're going to eventually maybe get the work-life balance. All right. So please keep putting up your questions. I see some already. We're going to take as much as we can, hopefully, before the end of the session. So Dr. Derry, I'll come back to you. Now, with your experience as the Unleashed ambassador and securing numerous global opportunities, what advice would you give to young entrepreneurs that are looking to expand their networks and gain access to international resources and opportunities?
Okay, great. So, and I will say this because this is supposed to be a breakout session, but if you are watching us on YouTube and Facebook, you can break out into several sessions. So we are here to help you, which is why we are holding this like a panel. The very first thing I would say is when I started off as an entrepreneur, I started off in the fashion space. I had a fashion business. I had that business. I have that business only like it's running without me, right? But in the first 9 years of my business as an entrepreneur, a business owner, I can't even qualify myself as an entrepreneur then, a business owner, I would say I was running a one-man show. And that's not a bad thing if there is like you are keeping records, your books. And why am I saying this? She asked me a question about global opportunities and things like that. Before I realized that I could not get things like business grants, get into business labs, innovation labs, because I did not have books, I did not have structure in my business. Like I was like, oh my God, and what happened? Thank God that at least I had the skill set to apply for global opportunities, right? So the very first business global opportunity I ever won or I ever got into was the Women Preneur Pitch a Ton by Access Bank and IFC, right, in 2018. And they selected 50 of us then. So the only thing that saved me then was the fact that I knew how to apply. Like I could, things like that. And that training was for us to now structure. And it was at the end of 2018. And I can't forget. Look, after getting into that thing, there was a Mrs. Margaret Jackson, and she said to us that you cannot scale a business. You cannot say you are winning one UN grant with a business that doesn't have books, with a business that is not structured, with a business that is not paying taxes. Like you can't. You would be able to feed your mouth. Okay, let's buy bread and things like you'll be able to feed your mouth. But if you know me, I'm a very what's it called? I'm a very ambitious person, right? So I know that I don't want to just keep running. Let's buy meat, let's buy fish, kind of. Let's feed our. I want to reach Africa with all the things I do. So I had to ask myself, what do I need to do now? And good enough at that particular 3 months where I had a mini MBA, they trained us. And I remember for the last 3 months of 2018, I spent it structuring my fashion business every single day, including Sunday. I was working straight for 90 days. I worked into January. My staff went on leave. I did not go on leave because it was a fashion business. We had fabrics and things like that. We had to now start creating inventory. So everything I learned in that training, I implemented it. And that is one thing I would like for entrepreneurs. They organize business trainings for you nowadays. You'll be like, oh, I got value. You see people saying, I got value. They leave that room. They don't implement. And I'm like, what are you doing? You're wasting your time. The moment they taught me that MBA, you need to put inventory, you need to put this, and stuff are not stealing from you. I did it. And guess what? That particular knowledge, I used it, I put it into iTrain Africa, and I'm able to win things. So if you're asking me, oh, you're getting into IADA German Innovation Lab. The other day, I went with my friend to a particular thing, and I pitched my business on the spot. They didn't tell us. I got that grant, right? It is because what do you do in the pitching? Like it was an on-the-spot pitching, right? But because I already know what is required for me in the pitch, you need to define the problem. You need to say this is the solution. You need to say this is your projection, your traction. You need to say when you give me this money. How do you know your traction? What is traction? Traction means that in month one I end this, in month two or in year one I end this. How do you know your traction if you don't know your numbers? So you can't get anything international, even local pitches, without knowing your numbers, knowing the solution you are providing, knowing the problem, knowing every part of your business and structuring it to attract that subject. no one is going to come on board with me at iTrain Africa if I don't have all those. So please know your numbers, pay your taxes because they will ask you. If you are asking for big money, they would ask you. So that would be my thing to global opportunities. Work on yourself, work on your business first. Then you can now take that business and sell it internationally.
Thank you so much, Dr. Derry. So, if you're running a one-man show, you have learned that you need to structure your business. You need to know your numbers. As a matter of fact, I come across many opportunities for entrepreneurship, for incubation labs, even for grants. But then, like she said, if your business is not structured, if you can't say this is the amount to make money, if you can't make projections of how much will come in, if they invest a certain amount of money to you in your business, then you just feel like a joke because when you come down there, they're asking you questions and there's nothing to say. You can't attract those global opportunities. So trust me, all of the opportunities are there. The only thing you need to do is to take the advice that she has given us today and then go back. You might not be able to do 90 days. You might want to start with 1 week, start with 30 days, but make sure that you're committed at least 1 hour a day to structuring your business until you're able to, apply for such opportunities. I think I should also add that if you apply the first time and then you do not get it, you'd have learned from the process, right? And then you know what to add on in the next one. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Derry. So, Mr. Noade will come back to you. Okay, so for Mr. Noade, with your extensive experience in the technology industry, what key principles or strategies do you believe are universally important for tech? Did I ask this question before? It seems like the one I asked before. So I'll take another question for you, Mr. Nade. Now, in your role as head of networks and solutions, you've managed diverse IT projects, right? Now, can you share an example of a project that posed significant challenges and the strategies that you used to overcome them? How can technology experts apply problem-solving approaches to projects that they embark on?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. We cannot discount the part of problem solving or critical thinking when it comes to solving problems. And I believe as much as possible, it's not even only in technology space that it's applicable. And especially in this era of AI, where people are almost trading every other thing they can do to artificial intelligence. But the project I would say was very challenging for me amongst the projects I've done is the one I had with Airtel Nigeria years ago. And it was because they needed to migrate from just like the dynamics I was saying happens in technology. So we have something we call IP addressing, which is what gives every device online like its identity. So what telecom companies were using then do not have IP addresses. They were just what you could call analog devices. So now it's time to migrate these devices to IP based. And as a service provider, I needed to also move into this. So they were not using just one vendor. We call them original equipment manufacturers. They had the likes of Huawei, Nokia, Cartel, and all of that. So we are talking of cross-functional teams, people calling in from international bodies and other partners. And as a service provider, I have a timeline because I'm dealing with clients. So I have to manage my clients to tell them this is the period we'll do this migration so that they know what the downtime period is. Along the line, we had an issue from one of the OEMs, like I said, original equipment manufacturers. And what that means is total downtime as it were to my clients. So in this space, I needed to bring out everything I have other than just technical skills. And that is people management, trying to use my relationship because I tell people I'm a technical person, but I'm very customer facing. So I was able to speak to clients based on their needs. Oh, people that have offsite galleries of ATMs, that means they don't even have any other provider. So if my company is down, their business is down also to switch into how can I use SIM cards in the meantime to quickly deliver this solution. It was not a walk in the park, but I was able to activate most of this with the team to bring out the results. Though maybe the capacity they had at that time was not enough, but at least the businesses were not completely down. And what that experience as a whole taught me is that it's not enough to say I'm skillful as a technical person. You need to know how to relate with people. It is very important, because when all things are down and maybe you don't even have a way to use your technical skills again, it's the people skill you will be able to use. Imagine if I do not have relationship with most of these clients prior, that means they will not even listen to me. Aside, I will paying what we call credit notes, meaning because there is service level agreement, which is SLA. So I want to give you service. I tell you your uptime will be 99%. If it's less than 99%, I'm supposed to pay you back. Do you understand? So I was able to save the company money, because I was able to make all of these conversations. The businesses did not come back to say, "Oh, SSL will have to pay us for this downtime," because I was able to switch into like what other things can we do in the meantime to as a stopgap solution. So we brought out 4G routers with SIM cards to quickly power some places while the major infrastructure is down. So I
Well,
think
thank you
that is
so much,
one
ma'am.
of the ones that have really challenged me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. And that was very helpful. I hope you are taking notes. Please don't let the notes be in the comments alone. Have your notebook with you or your Google Docs open by the side. So you're typing all of these key points in it. So quickly, because we're running out of time, I'm going to take the last questions for Ivie and Sujithra. Then we'll take a few questions from the audience as well. So Ivie, your question is this. Now, as a highly accomplished Scrum Master, you've been influential in transforming teams into agile, self managing units. What advice do you have for professionals that are looking to enhance their teamwork and adaptability in a dynamic work environment? And how can these skills contribute to the overall organization success?
So, thank you for that question. Um, when it comes to teams, especially with regards to adaptability, you've got to help the teams understand that things are evolving. There's always going to be disruptions. And I think that's one of the things that Tino Ade mentioned. She started at BlackBerry. Before you know it, the Android came out. The same thing goes into the projects you work on. No matter your field, there will always be an evolution. So the team would need to adapt to change. So what you do is you create open communication and transparency. So in my team, for instance, I encourage my teams to be as liberal as they want. My only rule is disagree without being disagreeable. So in every team, there is conflict, and everything that's going on in the team, there's going to be pressure, there's going to be bureaucracy, there's going to be people you don't even like that are your colleagues. But when you disagree with a person, disagree without being disagreeable, you'll be fine. Right? So in encouraging a team to adapt to change, you have to encourage open communication, encourage psychological safety. They can't see you as an authority in the team. They must see you as a peer, right? You need to be able to come in their conversations where you are not an authority, where you're not shutting down someone on the team. If you want to correct someone, call them and say, "Hey, let's have a one-on-one. You said something to this person the other time in the meeting. You shouldn't say that to them. Hey, it's going to make them feel somehow. And I don't want to call you out there. And you understand what I mean? So you need to promote psychological safety. You need to promote open communication. You need to promote mutual respect within the team. You need to make the team feel like it's their own. The team belongs to you, it's not mine. So even if you're a manager, even if you are whatever, you need to approach your team as a pair. You need to show the team that you are there to have their backs. If not, you will find morale is down. People are working because they just want to work. And then before you know it, your team isn't performing at peak performance, right?
Yeah.
So it's not popular in Nigeria, but even here in like in Australia, I'll be going if I want to go get coffee. I'll ask the team, does anyone want coffee? I'll get you coffee as your manager. I'll bring coffee for you. Don't worry. I will serve you. Do you understand what I mean? In Nigeria, they'll see it as you're the manager, you shouldn't do anything now. If you do not put yourself as a pair with your team, you're going to have issues down the line. Your team will not adapt. It will seem as if you're the person that can't lead. That's how it's going to look. It's going to seem as if you can't lead and you're not able to do your job. But once you take out that high hat off your head and say, you know what, I'm a peer, this is a safe space. You can tell me who's stressing you. The developers can come in and say, hey, this tech manager is sending me messages, stressing me out. Then I could reach out to the dev manager to stop hassling my devs. You want something, come to me, right? But in a situation where you are not even approachable, you are the manager and you put it on your forehead, manager, it's going to be difficult. You know what I mean? So the first thing I think what works for me is I'm able to bring myself down as a pair. I'm able to show them that, look, this is a safe space and it's in my best interest that you are safe. So they open up, they are free, they communicate with me readily. So I think that's the best approach to take if you're trying to achieve,
Thank
all
you
that.
so much, Ubie. So she has said it all. She says that you should make sure that everyone have a safe space so that they're able to, come to you freely. They're able to share ideas. Otherwise, they will leave it to you. And even if they know something that is going wrong, they refuse to tell you because you put yourself high up there and you've not given them the safe space to always come to you to communicate freely. All right. So we'll move to the last question for Sujitra before we take questions. Sujitra, in your academic journey, so I was reading through your profile, I saw that you've worked in healthcare, you've worked in cybersecurity. I'm like, healthcare, cybersecurity. Well, they don't even relate. So, how from healthcare to cybersecurity, from diverse fields, you've been working in research there. How do you see the benefits of interdisciplinary research in academia? And what advice do you have for academics who aim to foster positive collaborations across different domains, just like you? All right, to also address societal challenges. What advice can you give to such people?
Of course, yeah. In fact, interdisciplinary research opens these so many opportunities, right? Often at times we have this restriction that, okay, this is my research focus, I will be in this. But then what was interesting for me is when I started my PhD, when we will read so much, we will listen to so many people speak in academia, you keep getting this knowledge. So one thing my supervisor told me is when you read or listen to something, think about if or how this could be applied to your work. So since then, every time I listen to something or when I talk with any of my friends from academia, you talk a lot. Firstly, again, bringing in the networking aspect. When you talk with someone, you think about like, how does this relate to my work, or is there something that I can use? The knowledge that I'm gaining, can it be used in any way? So that's the question that I asked. So once I was talking with one of my friends whose core research is in cybersecurity, and my research is in extreme user experiences. How do you bring different user perspectives? So he had this goal of designing for people, elderly users. So, and then in my thought, it was more like rather than just taking it for elderly users, use their need as the core that can address the need of everyone. So, a lot of times, so this is my research background as well. So, this logic you can apply in a lot of aspects. For example, when different countries know when they discuss about issues in different countries, they'll be like, oh, countries that are developing, so they bear minimal solution which can be useful in these places. But then I think it's opportunity to leapfrog. So the needs experienced in different contexts, people with physical challenges or different countries, elderly, so these challenges at the extremes are more useful in a way to innovate. So when you look into needs or opportunities around you, think about how you can break what is existing and leapfrog in terms of innovation, right? So these kind of thoughts start to happen when you talk with people from different backgrounds. So without restricting and thinking that, oh, this is completely different. When I talk with someone with material background, I think about, oh, materials are interesting. I am interested in sustainability. How do I use that to build stuff? So, how do I change the way we build things in academia rather than wasting so many materials that come out of academic research? How do we reduce it? How do we become more sustainable? So, these are the things like at the back of your head, if you keep thinking about these as you talk with more people, you get these more ideas. And that's how interdisciplinary research also works. So, that way, I see it. Anyone can apply, even if you're into innovation, startup, or anything. When you talk with someone, think about what your passion is and how do you learn from each other.
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
hope that answered.
Yeah, of course, of course. Thank you so much. So we're going to take questions quickly, and then we'll go to the networking session. So the first question is from Patricia DKD. Now, Patricia, this question is actually directed to EVA. So EVA, she's asking that even in situations where she has already used the corporate speech, like you call this, she said in a situation where she's the HOD or leader and she's trying to fight for others and herself, but she's not even given the opportunity to do the right thing except to accept whatever it is that comes from top management. So she's asking that can you expand your horizon in such places while you're trying other skills personally? I'm not sure if you get the question.
I think I kind of understand what she's trying to say is that she has attempted to do this in her position. She has she's able to advocate for others under her, but her advocacy is being met with a stone wall. Maybe her leaders are literally shutting her down, and she has to adapt to the same thing. I'd say sometimes you don't fit into organization. And this is how I put it for most people. A lot of people go through probationary periods when they work, right? Probationary period is for the company to assess if you are competent enough to secure that contract of being a permanent worker. It is also a situation where you as an individual assess if that company is good enough for you. A probationary period is not simply the company choosing you, it's also you choosing the company. So when you are at a point in a company where it seems as if you are not able to move, start finding a second company. Be progressive about looking for another. You don't need to update your LinkedIn. Nobody needs to know what you're going to do. You need to now start thinking about moving on, right? I find that a lot of people have a certain mindset to do well and encourage good things when they work in a corporate space. But when they have leaderships that are difficult and rigid and unflinching, what they are is stuck. They become frustrated. Before you know it, they become conformant. So they conform to what the leaders are saying. So if the leaders are saying to her or him or whoever asks that question, shut up, she's going to go back and tell the young ones, shut up. Because that's what they're saying to her. So before you become something you don't recognize, move. You're not a tree, move. And when you would end your term with them, you use their internet to look for another job. So when you will end your term with them, you send them a message and say, thank you for the opportunity. That should be your subject line. Thank you for the opportunity. They won't even know you're quitting. By the time they read it, they'll know you've left. Right? And when you would talk to your team, when you talk to your team, you tell them, this is the reason why I'm moving. Right? Now, this is not something you just do, wake up one morning. You need to be certain that this is a place that has no capacity for change. And usually those times are places they don't thrive, right? So you move, you plan it strategically. You take your time, look for another job and move. That's
Thank
what
you so much, Ibe. Yeah.
Ask Daring. I'm one of those people that
take just one last question because of time. We have just about 5 minutes left for this session. Now, this question is from Levy Theory. I hope I pronounced that well. Apologies if I did not. So he's saying this question is to the first speaker, and that is Dr. Daring. He's asking that what can you do if you have an idea and because of your financial strength, you share it with someone who is financially strong, and the person went away working on your idea and they are succeeding and don't think about you no more, Dr. Terry, that would be very painful. What would you advise?
Okay. Idea stealing is a thing. Let's admit idea stealing is a thing. People can steal your idea, but they cannot steal your brain. You know what I've discovered about when people steal ideas? They need the originator of the idea to tell them the next step to get to. That's the problem. Like for I Train Africa, for instance, I have a 10-year plan, a document. Like I crafted it maybe in 2019. So when I started off, I would see some people. And by the way, when people say money, I monitor my competitors, people in the same space with me. If not for anything, I need to innovate. I need to know what they are doing that I can act better on. So when people say, don't see what other people are doing. No, I'm not that kind of person. See what other people are doing, but not in an envious way. So when people see you and they take your idea, they don't have your roadmap. That's the beautiful thing about ideas. This guy said we should implement this thing in Nigeria. Guess what? They will run into trouble with that idea. I can guarantee you that. Because they didn't think it through. They saw it. They will run into trouble. And I always say something like, the where you differentiate rookies from experts is when trouble happens. When trouble happens, a rookie, that is why people say, oh, we will pay this boss $100,000, we will pay this thing, but they are doing the same work. They're not doing the same work because you are paying the other person for experience. So they don't have your roadmap. They probably don't have your experience in education. Someone like me that have thought I train Africa through, what we're going to do in the next 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, then you are following me. You see that maybe today I'm selling one course that is called Global Opportunities Program. You say, oh, I also know about LinkedIn. Let me go and teach that thing. Guess what? I can tell you for free that maybe on my roadmap, that course is not maybe in the next 2, 3 years. I have something else. So by the time I am moving on, you are looking at me like, okay, what is happening? You don't see my roadmap. So if someone steals your idea because you don't have funding, guess what? Idea no they finish. You will do that same thing. You will only do it better, right? You will do it. You will only do it better. Now, what you are now going to do is, in fact, they say something. They said something to me in Singapore. They said, don't execute something someone has never done before, because there will be nobody to look to when like trouble starts. Don't do it. So let them be doing it. You'll be watching them, be like, this person, this is my idea. You will now start seeing the twist and turns. So that way, you just say, oh, I'm going to take it. This one, it did not work. So by the time you are executing your own, by the time funds come, you will execute it better. They'll be like, oh, like people will be like, oh, they won't even remember the person that's executed it because you are doing it better. So excellence is the only way you can be sure that someone is not stealing your idea technically. When the time comes, execute it and execute it excellently with all the resources you have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Derry. So do not be scared that someone is stealing your idea. They were not in your brain when you're thinking about it. They don't have the roadmap that you have planned out. So just go ahead and still do it all the same. But look at the gaps. Oh, they're not doing this like you said before, and then do it that way, do it excellently, and you will see that all the attention, all the benefits, even the financial gains will still come back to you. I hope you've enjoyed this session as much as I did, because I sure did enjoy this session. Now, if your questions were not taken during this session, not to worry, we are having another breakout session, and I'll still be happy to be here to moderate it. Don't worry as well, we'll still have the same speakers, and then an additional speaker will be joining us in the next breakout session. So it was nice having everyone here. Do not leave yet. The next session is on networking, and I'm going to be sharing with you how exactly we are going to be networking here. So speakers, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, Sujitra. Thank you, Dr. Derry. Thank you, Tino Ade. You're free to take your leave or join us in the networking on Upping. Thank you. All
Thank you
right.
so much,
So
everyone.
while
Thank you for having us. Bye, Ivy.
now,
Bye, Demi.
bye. All right, people. So for the rest of us that are still here now, you've heard them talk about networking, isn't it? And they said networking is key. I'll share a personal experience for you. I hosted the conference about 3 weeks ago, and the keynote speaker that I got, who is originally from Ireland but based in Dubai, I met him on LinkedIn. And you know the funny part of it, it did not take more than 3 weeks after I connected with him on LinkedIn to invite him as a keynote speaker. That is the power of networking. So that is why you need to take this session very, very seriously. And for those that are on Uppin, there's a way they're going to go about it. There's a link. I think there's somewhere they're supposed to click, and it will automatically, pair them with those that are interested in their profile. Well, it's not a problem that you're not on Open. That's why I'm here to tell you what you need to do. So please give me a moment. Now, what you're going to do is that you're going to take screenshots, right? Make sure you put a comment in the chat box, in the comments right now, whether you're watching from Facebook or you're watching from YouTube. Make sure you type in a comment. Unfortunately, for those of you that are using Facebook user, there is something you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have given Facebook the permission to use your name, to capture your name. So you might want to log out and log back in, and accept that pop-up that asks you that you want to give Facebook the permission to record your name. You need to do that so that your name shows. Because if I'm networking with someone that is showing Facebook user, I still haven't known you yet. And then you might just be the next person that will introduce me to my next big opportunity. So you want to change that if you're watching from Facebook. However, for those of us that are watching on YouTube, I can see our names. So this is what we're going to do. Take a screenshot of your comments, right, or any part of the screen, but your comments should also show so that we'll see your name. Now you're going to make a post on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, like any of the social media platforms that you're working on. Make sure that you use the following hashtags. Make sure that you use the following hashtags: hash GMC, as GMC. The second one is as GMC 2023. That is as GMC 2023. The third hashtag is as Global Mentorship Conference. As Global Mentorship Conference. And the fourth one is I Train Africa. I Train Africa. Now, when you include these hashtags in your post, you want to tag at Global Mentorship Conference. Make sure you tag at Global Mentorship Conference and at I Train Africa. When you've done this, please listen attentively because this is where the networking is going to start. When you've captured your screenshots, you've typed what, so you're saying, oh, I just finished attending the breakout session. I learned this from Dr. Derry. I learned this from Evia. You finish typing that. So you include those hashtags that I mentioned. There are about four of them: as GMC 2023, as Global Mentorship Conference, and as I Train Africa. Then you tag at Global Mentorship Conference and at I Train Africa and post. After posting it, you go to the search bar, either on Facebook, either on LinkedIn, or even on Instagram, and search for any of those hashtags. Search for any of those hashtags. Now, when you search for the hashtags, you will see other people that have made similar posts about the conference. Like their post, put a comment on the post. So you can be asking them in their comments, oh, I'm this person, this is what I do, what do you do? And then you're already networking. So let's get to it. Thank you, Priscilla and Monu. I see that you helped us in putting in the hashtags. So for those of you that didn't get the hashtags are in the comments. You can just scroll through, look at the hashtags, go right onto your Facebook profile, go to your Instagram profile, go to your LinkedIn channel, your LinkedIn profile rather, post your screenshots, type a key learning from any part of the conference so far. You might even want to tag any of the speakers that we invited here, but make sure to tag at Global Mentorship Conference. Make sure to also tag iTrain Africa, include the 4 hashtags. When you're done posting that post, then you go ahead to the search bar for any of the platforms and search for the hashtags. So you're searching as GMC. When you search as GMC, you will see all the posts that people have made, right? When you search as Global Mentorship Conference, you will see all the posts that everyone that's joined in or registered for this conference has made. Like their post, put a comment on it and say, are you watching me live now? I'm this. I just made a comment. Did you see my comment? And networking has started. So I'm going to do the same thing. I have my phone here and I might just be meeting someone from inside of here. So watch out for my post, people. Watch out for my post. We're doing this together. We are doing this together. Our networking session is going to end in about 24 minutes. So at exactly 1:45, the networking session will be over. So please make the best use of these 24 minutes. You never can tell who you'll be meeting. It might be the next UN president. It might be the next president of Nigeria. It might be the next finance president. It might be the person that will recommend you to the next incubator program as an entrepreneur. It might be the person that might help you in your jackpot journey. That's for those of you that understand the context if you're from this part of the world. If you don't, please do not bother. Let's go on a network. So I'm going on Facebook first and I will be doing this as well. Let me take a screenshot from my YouTube. Also, if you've made a post, you might also want to type in the chat and said, yes, I just did mine so that I can acknowledge you. So if you're sure that you've done that already, I see Dupelna is laughing about the jackpot facts. Oh, great. So I see people are sharing the links to the post that they've made. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so for those that have done that already, okay, so I see that a lot of people are typing the hashtags in the comments. You're not to type the hashtags right here inside the comments, right? You're not to type it inside of the live. You're to go to your Facebook profile. So the way you said maybe during your birthday you take pictures and then you post it on your Facebook profile. That's exactly the same thing we're saying. So take a snapshot of this particular segment, right? Take a screenshot, then log on to your Facebook like you want to make a normal post. Upload that picture, put a comment, it might be a paragraph, it might be in fact an article about your experience so far from this conference, and then include all of those hashtags inside of that post, not here in the live. Thank you, Taiwo Mary. Taiwo Mary said she has done that already. Well done. Well done. Um, okay. One boy is saying thanks for the wonderful panel. That's interesting. So people, let's go. Let's go on and do that quickly. I'm about to do mine as well. Taking my screenshots now, and I'll be posting my. If you've done yours, please ensure that you come to the chat here and let us know that you've done it so that I can acknowledge you. I can acknowledge you. Oh, great. Well done, Serena. Serena Japa. Serena, where are you joining us from? I really wish I could call the names of all these Facebook users. So there are a lot of Facebook users. It's so painful that I can't call your name. I need to know who you are. I need to know who you are. Okay, Patricia Decady says she has really learned a lot in the breakout session and she's about moving on. Okay. She's saying if your present environment is not work healthy, okay, yeah. So if your present environment is not work healthy, like Ivy says, she says you should move on. You need to move on. It's still the networking session in case you're just joining. Esther, I can't see your name. I still see Facebook user. I don't see your name. Oh, nice to meet you, Awakebe. Awakebe is joining from the Gambia. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Oh yeah, so Zainab, you need to put the screenshots either on your Facebook profile. So you know the way you make a normal post on Facebook, right? You go on Facebook, you put a picture of yourself, and then you put a picture of an event that happened that you said, "Oh, I attended this conference," or "Today is my birthday, celebrate with me." Say a prayer for me. The way we do it. So you take this your screenshot, and then you go to upload it on Facebook, and you say one key learning, something that was that stood out for you in the conference. You type about it. You include the hashtags as GMC, as GMC 2023, as iTrain Africa, and as Global Mentorship Conference. Make sure that you tag at Global Mentorship Africa and iTrain Africa in the post. Now that is the first stage. When you're done posting that, you go to the search bar on Instagram or Facebook or whatever platform that you posted it, and type in any of the hashtags. When you type the hashtag and you search, it's going to show you some other posts from every other person that is doing that now. You will see their posts, all of their posts will pop up. So put a reaction on the post, read through what they have written, put a very lovely comment on the post, introduce yourself to them. They'll do the same by replying because every one of us we're here live and it's easy for us to network on the spot. And in fact, that is the essence of this session. Oh, Facebook user, you wrote a very beautiful comment, but I can't mention your name because it's not showing. It says, I'm gallantly enjoying the educating sessions at the Global Mentorship Conference. Please go on and type that on your profile on Facebook and Instagram. Tag us as well. For some of you, when we read your articles, if they are really very beautiful and they represent this conference well, we'll be reposting them. So please make sure that you're putting in the best comments, exactly as it comes from your heart, to show us that you really did enjoy this conference. Okay, so I'm not sure who asked that question before, but I hope that you got the narration now. Some of you are still typing in the comments on the live. Go to your normal profile and type everything that you're typing now on your normal profile with a screenshot of what you're seeing on your screen right now. Well done, Amina Sani Mohammed. Amina Sani has made a post using the hashtags already. Facebook user is currently enjoying the GFC now, but unfortunately, I can't see Facebook user's name. Rukmini, even if it was typed, because there's many comments, you might still miss it. So I'm going to repeat it for your sake, Rukmini. What you expected to do is to take a screenshot of what you see on your page right now, right? Take a screenshot, go to your Facebook profile, your LinkedIn, Instagram, might even be your TikTok, right? And then type one of your key learning from all of the sessions so far, or something that's just stood out for you, something that you really enjoyed the most. Type it to accompany the screenshot that you're going to post. Include the hashtags as GMC 2023, as iTrain Africa, and hashtag Global Mentorship Conference, and post it. Now, when you're done posting that, then you should go on to search for any of the posts. So search for GMC, search for GMC, look for the post that every other person has made. Search for any of the posts. So search for GMC. All right. So search for any of those hashtags. Look for the post of other people. Click on, sorry, react to their post, love their post, like their post, share them on with a virtual clap, and give them a beautiful comment. So, for example, someone has logged in and said, no, someone has posted and said, "Oh, I really enjoyed the breakout session, especially the part where Dr. Avia talked about sharing ideas. That is good to." So you were also in the live session and you read it and you could relate with that. Maybe you're also an entrepreneur and you want to reply to that person. "Oh, are you an entrepreneur too? What do you do?" "Oh, for me, I sell clothes and this is my Instagram channel." That is networking. And that's what we're explaining to you at this moment. So please go on and network, go on and collaborate. Make the best of the moment. We have just 16 minutes more. 16 minutes more. Well done, Oluwatosin Adeoshun. She has made a post already. Well done. Well done. Someone is saying it's so amazing. Great. Oh, this person says this truly was a rejuvenating session. For those of us who are young and starting out, it was a great reminder. Oh, where's the post again? Oh goodness, I've missed it. Was a great reminder and reanointing of the initial passion and motivation, because at times when it gets rough, you get stuck and may want to give in. Thank you for the revival and encouragement. You're so welcome. We're glad that you found the conference impactful. It's good to have you here. Okay, let's keep it going. How is the networking going? If there's anyone that has successfully networked with someone else, you're having a conversation going with someone right now, please put it in the comment. Tell me the person that you met. You can give us a clue of the conversation that you've also had. You can give us a clue of the comment that you had. I see Kat from Botswana. Nice to have you, Kat from Botswana. Denise Yvonne, well done. She's gone ahead to do a post and she's networking already. Beautiful. Great. This person that is doing a PhD, people cannot network with you very well from inside of this life. So you need to go and put this post again on your Facebook profile or in your Instagram profile. Copy the same post that you've written now. Take a screenshot of this page. Now post the screenshot and add the same comments. And make sure you have the hashtags, because it is when you add the hashtags that they will find you. If you don't have the hashtags, they won't see you. If you don't have the hashtags, they won't see you. So make sure that you add the hashtags so that when they are searching for the hashtags, they will see you. And you can have someone that who is also, working on their PhD right now, and you can begin to motivate and encourage yourself to stay strong, because I know that PhD is not for the faint-hearted. Well done, well done, well done. Oh, yeah. So after posting, what's next is that you go to the search bar of any of the platforms. Go to the search bar of any of the platform. Type #GMC. Type #iTrain Africa. Type them one after the other. Don't type all at the same time. So what I'll do is I'll type as GMC. I'll look at for all of the posts under as GMC. I'll react with those that I'm interested in what they've written. I'll put a comment on their post. When I'm done with that, I'll go on to type as GMC 2023. I'll see for those that have written there as well. Read through the post, react to the ones that I'm very interested in, and put a comment on it as well. When I'm done with that, I move on to the fourth hashtag, as I train Africa, and I begin to read through the post, and I'm asking, oh, did you just attend the live session? Were you also there? This is what I do. I'd like to meet with you. Networking is not hard. If you ask me, it is not difficult in any way. So please, let's make this happen. There's about 12 more minutes. 12 more minutes. By now, you should have made about 20 new friends. Because if I'm the one, even though that I'm speaking, even though that I'm actively reading comments, by now I should have made like 100 new friends. Oh my goodness. Please, so do this like your life depends on it, because honestly, you don't know who you might be meeting. You honestly can't tell who you might be meeting. So please put in all of the energy, put in great efforts, put in great efforts. Okay, so someone, Jacqueline is saying is interested in meeting anyone working on ASRH issues. Jacqueline, please go and type this exact same thing you've written now. Type it on your Facebook profile, include all of those hashtags that we've talked about. So if there's anyone that is working on that, when they're searching the hashtags, they will find you. They will find they will find you and they'll be able to reach out to you. So please do that quickly. Okay, nice to meet you. There's someone that's joining from Namibia, but I don't see your name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I see Pauline Palmwin Pafa Ferdinand. Oh no, I see Abu Kamara joining from Liberia, and it says he's a student of ICT. Nice to have you here. I see people from Namibia. Great to have everyone. Oh, well done. Chefa Patience Ponce says, I've made my post on LinkedIn. Great, great. I'm also going to be searching for the hashtags on all of these profiles so that I can see those that I'm really interested in connecting with, and I can reach out to them as well. Because networking is a big deal for me. Networking is a very, very big deal. Let me see if there are more comments. Oh, someone said I networked with. How did I miss that? There's someone that just networked with someone now. Oh, I totally missed that information. So people are beginning to network with each other, and they are sharing it already in the comments. If you've also been able to network with someone using these hashtags, come and share it here in the chat to encourage others to go and do the same. Well done, everyone. There's about 10 more minutes for this session to end. 10 more minutes. Oh, Ayodele, we are doing the task on our Facebook profiles, on our Instagram profiles, on our LinkedIn profile, right? So share across all of those three platforms. Share across all the three platforms. Tell us where you're joining from. Take a screenshot. Post the screenshots. Tell us where you're joining from. Tell us your key learning from the sessions. And you could also share who you are interested in networking with. Let us know who you're interested in networking with. It's about 9 minutes, but trust me, if you use those 9 minutes well, you can still meet about 25 people. You can still do that. So if I were you, let me tell you how we meet 25 people in 9 minutes. By now, I've used about 15, we've used about 15 minutes networking. Instead of me typing all over again, that same post post that I've written before in one person's comment and it asks my name, so just copy it and I will paste on other ones because the time is running out fast and I really want to be engaged in other sessions. What I'll do is I'll just copy it, paste on the comment of other people that I'm interested in networking with. So even if they're not able to respond to me now, they'll be able to respond to me after the conference and then we keep on the conversation from there. So it is very, very possible to network with even 25 or 30 people in the remaining 8 minutes that we have for this networking session. I see Oluwatoni Ono. She has shared a post and she's sharing the link with us. Well done to everyone that is networking. So we can't wait to hear in the future when you're giving us reviews and feedback and testimonials that I did this great thing. And I was able to do this great thing because I met someone during the networking session from GMC 2023, and that was what changed my life, or that was what changed my business, or that was what gave me, made me realize my passion because the person was able to show me the way. Those are the kind of testimonies that we're looking forward to hear. So well done to everyone that is going on with the networking session. Messi Waneo, I see you. I see you've made your post already. Well done. Well done, Vanessa Sesi. I see that you've done your LinkedIn post. Our cases, she's an entrepreneur from the Gambia. Those of you that are looking for international opportunities as entrepreneurs, you can network with our. You can network with our from the Gambia. Anointing Uche, yeah, I see that you've made your post on Facebook and LinkedIn. Fantastic. Okay. I see Amina again. Oh, okay. So we have just 6 more minutes for the networking session. 6 minutes only. Well done, those of you that have made your post on LinkedIn. Please make sure that you're putting the very best article because we might just see it and then reshare on our platform. And you know already how many people are on the iTrain Africa community. Well done to everybody. I see Sheila with a prison officer. Nice to have you here. I see Wayitu Dinsa. Well done. You've made your post on Facebook. Fantastic. Fantastic. So look out for other people's posts as well using the hashtags. Look out for their posts. React to their posts. Put a very beautiful comment for them and ensure that you're meeting with. Oh, thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa says the moderator is smashing. I'm blushing. All right. Okay, I see Beryl Abuko from Kenya. I see someone from Uganda. Fortunately, I don't see your name. I'm sorry, I can't see your name. I see Aliu B. Aliu B has made his post and is from Liberia. Okay, so Lemian, if your LinkedIn is not working, you can post on Facebook and Instagram. Well done. I see more people saying that they've made their post on Facebook, on Instagram. Beautiful. Someone just said a very interesting moment. I've learned about networking. Fantastic. So from this session, you've learned about networking and it is key and many more. Beautiful. Great to hear that. Okay, so it's just 4 more minutes. 4 more. I see Chantal Yamudigi. Welcome. It's great to have you here from the DRC. I see Taya from Algeria. I see Taya from Algeria. That's beautiful. I see Mekakedu from Ethiopia. Fantastic. Those of you that are still making your posts inside of the live here, please go and make it on your Facebook profiles, Instagram profiles, or LinkedIn profile. That is where people would be able to find you. When they search for the hashtags, they will not see your post inside of the chats here. They won't see your post inside of the comments. They will only see it on your Facebook profile, on your LinkedIn and Instagram profile. So that is where you should be making all of these comments that you're making now that has the hashtags in them. I see Alpha Carbo, a qualifying student of Bachelor Arts, and is joining from Sierra Leone, University of Freetown in Sierra Leone. Nice to have you here. Well done. I see Lois from Nigeria. Well done, Lois. Oh, it's beautiful to read this. This one says, well done to all the moderators. You're doing fantastic. I love all the moderators. You were all wonderful. Thank you so much. And this is coming from Alice from Uganda. I see Genevieve from Ghana. I see Folashade Ajagbe. Great to have you. I see Konsi from Malawi. Hey, Konsi, how you doing today? I see Luciana from Tanzania. Fantastic moments. So it feels like I'm traveling around the globe, even without leaving this, even without leaving this room. Imagine me speaking to someone from Zambia. Wow. I see Sam Bank from Cameroon. Great to have you. Thank you so much, everyone, for meeting new people, for networking. Please do not let it end there. For everyone that you've networked with, do not let it end there. Make sure that you keep on the communication, all right? So after the conference, reach out to them again, get to know them more, get to share about what you do more, ask them if they can also recommend you to other people that would be beneficial to what you're doing presently, or if they have any recommendations that could help you grow your business or help you grow your freelancing gig or could help you in your academic journey or in your research field. Just make sure that the conversation keeps going. We're about rounding up this session. What's next? We're about rounding up this session. This is 1:44 p.m. We're supposed to end it at 1:45 p.m. So I guess we can still keep it going. I guess we can still keep it going till the next session happens. So lucky you, you have more time. You have more time to network. For those of you that are just joining, we're taking screenshots of the screen right now. Then we go to our Facebook profile, LinkedIn profile, Instagram profile. We'll share the screenshot there. We write our learning from any of the sessions so far. We are including the hashtags as GMC, as GMC 2023, as iTrain Africa, as Global Mentorship Conference. Now, after making the post, you then go onto the search bar of all of these profiles. So if you've only done for Instagram, you want to go and do the same on Insta or Facebook, and also go to LinkedIn and search for the hashtags and network with other people that have also used the hashtags to make their posts, right? So when you see their post, you read through it. If it interests you or if you're interested in their profile after reading what they do, you like their comments, you make a comment on their post, let them know that you met them from the GMC, conference, so that they don't see you and ignore you and like, who is this person? No. So they can say, oh yeah, she must be networking with me from the GMC conference. And that will give you an opportunity to even meet somebody that you would naturally not have met if you were not in this conference. So that is one of the very big opportunity you get from joining us at the Global Mentorship Conference, because you don't get to meet people from around the world every day. You only get to see them in rare opportunities such as this. I see Evangeline Bundo from Liberia. Yay, Gatabu says he just networked with Ariel, pardon me. Thank you, Anointing. Anointing says, well done, dear moderator. Thank you. Thank you so much for the compliments. Who else am I seeing here? I see Evangeline from Liberia. See, someone just wrote, Omo, networking, the sweet meal. So for those of you that don't know what Omo means, Omo is an exclamation that we use here in Nigeria to mean different things. So she's saying, networking, they sweet me, that she's really enjoying the networking session. So please make the best use of it if you are not doing so already. Thank you, Luatosi. Thank you so much. She said it's been an inspiring time today. Well done to our beautiful moderator. Thank you so much, Adeosho Oluwatosin. Grace Afra says she's done posting on Facebook. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So we're rounding off the networking session.
Once the session goes off, tell them that it's stream 2 is starting Facebook and YouTube. They see another stream. So once it ends, they should just wait and then see another video right now.
Okay, people, so we are ending the networking session right now, and then we're going to start the next session in a few minutes. So please listen very attentively to this. This live stream is going to end now, and then you will see another live stream pop up just immediately. So make sure that you join the second live stream that will be coming on. This particular one will be ending in a few minutes. That does not mean the conference is ending. We are going to move on to the next session, but in a new live stream. So please watch out for the new live stream in just a few minutes.